Oh, maybe they do. Oh my God. I forgot about that. I forgot it's the flipping concerts tonight. Oh, Jesus. Let's go over to it. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the preview, shall we? New John merch. Orange this time. So, is that going to be for Saturday night's main event? I'm guessing it is. Right, Joe Hendry is going to perform his concert, and Trick's doing his raps. This is wrestling. This is wrestling. Mate, I'm so... I know Joe Hendry does his little songs, right? So, fine, but oh my God. This Trick Williams thing could be a disaster, honestly. It could be brilliant, but it could also be a disaster. Kelani takes on Zaria in a high-stakes matchup. Javon Evans, Sean Legacy, and Ashante are battling in a triple threat. The New Look Chase U are going to debut against a returning OTM. And they're going to get murked. And Josh Briggs goes one-on-one with Sean Spears. So there we go. That's what they've got for us on NXT. So that will... I mean, that won't be for me, but people will enjoy it. I'm sure there'll be some interesting lines in there. I have no idea. Kehlani Jordan against Zaria. Be okay. I don't know what's up with Kelani. She was so impressive, and then her mid-card title run was a bit flat. And then since then, she sort of got lost in the shuffle. When we talk of the women's division, we talk about Roxanne and Stephanie and Julia and Jordan and even Jada Parker. Sort of feels like Kelani has got a little left behind. So, yeah, hopefully this gets time. Hopefully this bangs. Hopefully this is like the match that we need it to be. Because these are two great talents. Kelani and Zaria are both great. But I kind of feel like I need a match from Kelani to sort of show the world why we believed in her so much. I mean, she's a great talent still, don't get me wrong. I just sort of feel like... Well, she's still putting it together. I mean, honestly, I find that she can be a little hesitant sometimes. Like, she'll go into moves and they're not, like, executed with that sort of, do you know what I mean, that punch. It's kind of like, I'm going to do that now. And then I'm going to do that now. And now against the ropes. And I'll do that now. And it's not like they're being executed 11 out of 10. It's like they're being executed 7 or 8 out of 10, like the moves. And even though they can look impressive, like she can do, you know, handstands and flips and bits and bobs, it still can feel like she's going through the motions. And rather than her delivering it, I mean, that's what this talent is working towards. You know, shock, developmental talent are developing. Do you know what I mean? Shock horror. So certainly no shade, but yeah, I don't know. I think she had this crazy sort of trajectory where it was like, oh my God, can you see what this girl can do? She's amazing. And then it just seems to have sort of really settled down, you know? I'm sort of waiting for that moment where we start going back up again. And maybe that's tonight. Maybe. I really like Kelani. I really want her to succeed. So I'm still really high on her. Javon Evans is someone else I'm really high on. Sean Legacy's brilliant. Really enjoyed him in Evolve. Ashante, just don't see him wrestle much, do we? It's normally with the ladies. They're going to be in a triple threat, so that'll be interesting. New Look Chase U. Okay, yeah, I'm down for seeing them. A little bit of a rebuild here, isn't there? Which isn't bad. I think this is the right time of year for it. I mean, if you look, we've got Zaria, who we're obviously building. Kelani, we need to make progress with. Sean Legacy from Evolve. Ashante doesn't wrestle much. New Look Chase U are new. OTM are returning. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of new talent around here. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to tonight's show. It's going to give us an indication of I think where NXT is going to be moving to, you know. I think that this is going to be the kind of talent we're really going to be leaning on as we go deeper into 2025, 2026. These are some of the names that, you know, are going to be making up the NXT that we know and love. We don't have Fraxia anymore. We don't have Julia anymore. We don't have Roxanne anymore. And by the time we get to a draft, we might not have Obafemi or Trick Williams or, do you know what I mean? We really, since WrestleMania, could lose quite a lot of that top level of NXT. So it's probably right that we start working on that next talent that's coming through. So yeah, lots to dissect with all of that. I want to go down. Have you ever tried the Shocker? Said Corey. What's that, bud? What's the Shocker? It sounds like a roller coaster. Joe Hendry rock concert. Trick Williams raps. I don't even know what you would say. Kehlani Jordan versus Zaria. I need to put this in the description so that people know what we've got. Legacy versus Ashante the Adonis. Chase U versus OTM. That'll do. Saved. Lovely. Okay, let's try and go down some of these comments, shall we? So, Sick Horror Kingman said, Daze, what NXT doing with Dark State? Just an afterthought now. Yeah, I honestly, I think they had a good idea as to how they wanted to bring them in. I think that was probably executed about 60, 70% goods. I think the downside was the fact that Ava just didn't seem bothered by them. And so that actually led to people thinking that Ava secretly was their leader because she was so unbothered by the fact they kept destroying and ruining her show that people were like, well, she must be working with them then. So it doesn't appear like that's the case. So I would say that was a little bit of a problem. In regards to, you know, who they've been feuding with and whatnot, I mean, it's been quite uninspiring. We've spent longer trying to figure out who the mystery leader is than we have really focusing on that group. I think that they're just confusing, aren't they? Because they're here to cause trouble. They're here to, like, kind of ruin NXT, but they're working within NXT. Like, it doesn't make any sense, does it? Honestly, it doesn't make any sense. I need it explained. I need someone to explain what the hell Dark State's doing. They're here to take over. They're performance center talent that have ruined NXT, wrecked the show, and faced no repercussions for it. There's been no suspensions. There's been no fines. It just doesn't make any sense. It's like they want a group that's going to cause anarchy, but they don't want to deal with the fallout of that anarchy. Do you know what I mean? Like, NXT are just like, oh, boys will be boys. So it's, do you know what I mean? If you're going to do a big story on that scale, like, it needs a lot more thought. It needs a lot more focus on the detail than what we've delivered. So yeah, I agree. I think the Dark State ball has definitely been dropped, but it doesn't mean that the talent that's in it is, like, useless or anything. It doesn't mean that the group still can't get anywhere. It just means that they need a feud that's well explained. And do you know what I mean? Like, we need to kind of move on past this introduction stage, because I think the introduction stage had some good moments. You know, there was definitely some moments I enjoyed. But I think all in all, you're like, there's too many questions. There's too much stuff that doesn't add up. There's too much stuff that doesn't make sense. So I do think Dark State have been a bit frustrating, yeah. Which is a shame because, well, you know, you want to see some exciting, don't you? You want to see something. This is your opportunity to show something a bit different, a bit special, you know. and kind of, Shield vibes and all of that. And I suppose we got a bit of those vibes. I don't want to sit here and say that, like, oh yeah, it was garbage, it was trash, because there's definitely things I enjoyed from it. It's definitely a group I think we can still get something out of. And the other thing I would say as well is, what was the Shield doing down in FCW and NXT? Because a lot of people won't know, is my answer. They'll only know the moment the Shield debuted on Survivor Series. So if we sort of take that same logic of like, don't worry about what Dark State are doing right now, it matters when they get to the main roster, then, can we say that it's okay for it to not be perfect now, as long as they work stuff out and get it perfect for when they go to the main roster? A little bit like the Wyatt family. I'm sure many of you can tell me what the Wyatt family were doing in NXT, but most will only be able to tell me what happened as soon as they debuted on Raw, and from that moment. So again, with Dark State, have we stuck the landing? I would say no, but how big of a problem is that going to be if we work the kinks out and they have a really good main roster debut in a few years' time? Probably not going to matter at all, is it? So, yeah, those are my honest thoughts on it. Elizabeth said, people say that Texas Rangers MLB team choke in the MLB postseason. The Toronto Maple Leafs choke in Game 7 of the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs. Elizabeth, thank you. It's interesting for me to hear about American sports, because we do get coverage over here, but obviously it's not nowhere near the scale as it is over in America. I don't know. I have seen some ice hockey. I was trying to think if I've ever seen ice hockey on any of the sports channels, and I think it's buried away somewhere. I think pretty much everything's on TV somewhere, like in the UK. But you really won't scroll through the channels and see ice hockey or there'll be NFL or stuff like American sports. It's a niche thing over here. It's a niche thing. It's all football over here. It's all Premier League. It's all a little bit of rugby, football, bits of cricket. Cricket is not as popular as you would imagine, honestly, in the UK. But I love it. But yeah, it's not getting like crazy attendances or anything like that. Certainly nowhere near, absolutely in a different universe to what baseball is doing in America. I wish it was more popular, cricket. I think it's a really fun summer game. I think that they've got a couple of things they're doing which are pretty fun. The 100's pretty fun. This is just a tournament in the summer. But yeah, we don't, it's all niche stuff, really, the American sports. It's just all blooming Premier League over here. That's what everyone cares about. A. Jobson said, Daze and chat, we had a steamed Brussels sprout and haddock fillet. Oh, shout out to you. James, shout out to you. Did you hear about Cunha? Hey, let's go. Let's go. Man United might have signed a really great player. And that would be a real boost for next season. So, and Man United play in the Europa League final tomorrow. That is a big competition. Put in like some of the biggest football teams in Europe against each other. And Man United are in the final tomorrow. It's a big, big game. Big, big game. So a lot of excitement around that. What NXT? Oh, we answered that about Dark State. Matteo said, Days Raw was so good. It was a great first match. Roxy winning was awesome. Natalia had a great showing. Austin turn soon? Yeah, I would think so. We've been saying that for about a year, though. Maybe even longer. Praying for Zoey, yes. Main event was okay. Loved the fans singing, so a 7. Yeah, I think that's fair, honestly. I think I gave it a 6.5, so we're not a million miles from each other. I thought it was acceptable. Outside of Zoey, I don't think I found like a big OMG moment or anything that was really like, you need to see this outside of Zoey. And you only need to see that for horrific reasons. That's an interesting one as well. I mean, very quickly, the blame game started up on that. And, there's clips doing the rounds and whatever. To me, it just seems like Zoey rushed it. It seems like Kairi is too far away. And she's not even looking at Zoey. And I feel like Zoey calls Kairi, but she goes too quickly. I know it's not really relevant to kind of sit here and do the whole blame game thing. I'm only saying it because I've seen so many people blaming different people. And it's not really about that. It's just one of those instances, like this happens in wrestling, but if we are going to sit here and say, whose fault it is, whatever, I personally feel like Zoey should not have gone with that move, should not even have started that move until Kairi was in a better position. You can say that Kairi should have already been in a better position, but she wasn't. So don't do the move. Do you know what I mean? Don't do the move. She's like really far away. She's not even looking at Zoey. I think honestly, in Zoey's mind, what she wanted is she wanted to go Kairi and then go for it so that when Kairi turned around, she would be turning around and boom, getting hit, right? But the problem was that she was a little bit too far back. She had to quickly try and move forwards. And, she just wasn't in a good spot. But, Kairi didn't know. I actually paused the video at the moment Kairi turns around because Zoey calls her, right? I paused the video and Zoey is literally like jumping. She's already jumped. So Kairi turns around as Zoey is kind of midair. It's really unfortunate because if that had come off, it would have looked brilliant. Because it would have been Kairi turning around as Zoey is like getting close to hitting her. Because we've said before about how you've got those moments where wrestlers are standing there and why don't you just move? Why don't you just move? Do you know what I mean? When you're on the outside waiting for someone to suicide dive on you, why don't you just move? And I think what Zoey tried to do was she tried to go, Kairi, and then go for it so that Kairi would turn around and you wouldn't have that delay. Because that delay, it is the difference between a move looking good or great, really. I mean, it would have looked really good if she had have called her, done the move, Kairi had turned around and boom, she then connected immediately. So I don't blame Kairi. I see a lot of people blaming Kairi. I think she is out of position, but there's absolutely no reason why Zoey could not have just waited a beat for Kairi to have kind of, she could have beckoned her over, got Kairi to have started heading in her direction, then gone for it, and she would have been a bit closer. Like, there's things that could have been done. But I know we've just sat here and kind of gone, I think it's this person's fault, that person's fault. It's obviously not. I'm only saying that because I've seen people commenting on it. It's not about that. That's not the priority, is it? The priority is that she makes a speedy recovery, Kairi's saying, flipping Zoey Stark. And on that front, I was just looking to see if any message has been posted, and no message has. So I don't think I've seen any communication or anything about her. Yeah, no, I don't think there is anything, unfortunately. Oh, there's a new Chelsea's confessionals, though. Yeah, if anyone's heard anything on that, let us know. I've not seen anything out of Zoe's account, or I've not heard of any rumours or anything. So, yeah, it'd be good to get those scam results back, and hopefully it's not going to be as serious. But, oh, God, it's brutal, wasn't it? Brutal. Daze, since it's a non-title match, I think R-Truth steals a victory over Cena. Then Cena destroys and bleeds Truth. Cena will probably murder him, or else it would have been a title match if Cena had to win, says Triple A. Cringerol said, do we think we'll see Asuka soon? Yeah, she's back training. she's back training, so I think we'll get to see her soon. She's been out for... has it been 12 months now? I can't remember if it was like June time or a little later. I think it's around 12 months. So, yeah, as far as she's got a knee brace on, she's back training. So, rumour mill was that it was going to be around this time, actually, end of May. But obviously, there could have been setbacks, whatever. So, I can't say it's like next week or anything. But, yeah, we're certainly getting to the part. I wouldn't be shocked if she's in the draft. Let's put it that way. I wouldn't be shocked if she comes back as part of the draft, if that's going to be at the end of the month or early next month. Tom said it could have been avoided if there was just a little better communication. It's happened now, and hopefully Zoe's injury isn't bad. Yep. People should STFU and just not blame anyone. It was an accident. I agree. It's one of those, though, isn't it? I mean, every time we get one of these incidents, obviously you get a lot of people saying, like, thoughts with whoever's been affected. And then, of course, you immediately also get people going, well, this is why I think it's happened, and kind of digging in. And it was just kind of interesting to me how there was blame that was kind of already being put in Kairi's direction, you know, like she was out of position is what I was reading a lot of people were saying, like she was out of position, she should have been closer. One of the very first tweets I saw about the incident, and it did the rounds, was a tweet of someone saying, can someone get the WWE women better trained or something like this? So even one of the very first tweets I read last night was not, I hope Zoe makes a speedy recovery. It was someone saying, can WWE train their women better? Having a pop. Straight out the gate. It's like, Jesus. So, yeah, unfortunately, that is the... unsurprisingly, that is the kind of thing you can find on social media. Right. Matt Pete said, read my chat. I don't even have to change my name to Hannah to send a super chat. Did you send a super chat? Let's have a look. I haven't got a super chat. Well, I do have a couple, actually. William, shout out to you. And JP Ville said they need to just give up on the Wyatt 6. What makes you say that? Why? And JP Ville said the only person I've seen blow his knee like that is RG3. JP, why do you think they need to give up on the Wyatt 6? Sick Hurricane said, what's the point in that match? Chase U are just going to bring it back unless it's down a different path. What's the point in that match with Chase U if they were going to just bring it back unless it's going down a different path? I don't know what you mean. What do you mean about Chase U? Chase U are facing OTM. So I don't know what you mean. Why bring Chase U back if you're just going to bury them? Is that the point? I mean, I do think Chase U are going to struggle against OTM because OTM are a really good team. I think it's going to be hard to see OTM, who are like getting these vignettes and everything. It's going to be hard to see them taking an L. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what we are going to do there. I think OTM get the win. But what are we going to do with Chase U? Because is it going to be a case that they maybe don't listen? Perhaps Andre Chase gives them some advice and they don't listen, and that leads to a loss. And Andre Chase then says, you need to start listening to me, or you need to communicate better. Perhaps they need to lose so that Andre Chase can give them the advice that then helps them win. And perhaps that's the path we go down. Either way, it's going to be really hard to see OTM. It's going to be really hard to see OTM not getting the victory. JP said the momentum's gone. They had a chance, it didn't work out. Yeah, but can't you have more than one chance? So, like, the momentum's gone. Can't you just start again and get new momentum? Why would you, like, just scrap it? Just because the momentum's gone? It's not like there's people that get put on the back burner all the time. So there's people that like will have world title shots and whatever, and then they'll kind of go down into the mid card or they'll go on the back burner. A bit like how AJ Styles has been on the back burner for a long time. I mean, we had AJ Styles with Omos in a tag team. I mean, what kind of momentum was there? Do you know what I mean? There wasn't really much momentum there, was there? So, like, but you can quite easily get AJ back and give him some wins, give him some vignettes, heat him back up again, get him going again, and then, you know, off we go. And so, same with the Wyatt Six for me. So we brought them in, and obviously it's not worked out, and there's been injuries and everything. But if they can bring them back and, you know, invest in them, get the promos going, kind of get it working the way they wanted it working last year. I don't know why we would part ways with them, honestly. And momentum being gone, as I said, there's lots of people that kind of step down from that world title picture and have their momentum stalled. Flipping momentum matches. Matches to build momentum. That's WWE's favourite thing. I feel like you can get momentum back. Wins, innit? Just get a few good wins, good matches, good promos. We're back, baby. Cringe Wolf, shout out to you, my friend. Cringe Wolf with some Wrestling Daze memberships. Really appreciate it. I just spoke actually to the members. We do a stream on a Tuesday, a Wednesday, and a Thursday. And I just said, like, it makes sense to, from next week, do the member stream on a Tuesday just before NXT. Because I think the days that people join us the most are Mondays and Fridays. But, you know, there's people that are still around on a Tuesday for NXT. Not everyone watches NXT, of course. But there's still people around for NXT. So I sort of feel like any gifted memberships or anything like that that people get on a Friday and certainly on a Monday, or anyone that wants to join, I think it makes sense for there to be a member stream on the Tuesday. I think that rather than it being on a Thursday, which is really kind of out the way, it's better that it's on a Tuesday. So we're going to start that next week. Next week, we're going to do our members stream where we sit and chat on a Tuesday. And then that means on a Wednesday, we're going to do our faction game. On a Thursday, we're going to do our tag team game. And so any new members that want to play in those games, you'll be able to kind of find out about it more on that Tuesday stream next week, and then you can decide if you'd like to play on the Wednesday or the Thursday. So I think that's going to make more sense, honestly. I think that hopefully that's going to result in more members wanting to play in the faction game or the tag team game. It's tag teams primarily that we're looking to grow. I think there's real opportunity to get more members playing the tag game on a Thursday. I think there's a real opportunity there now. So, yeah, I'm going to have a think about that. That'll be something that will be in my mind. How do we continue to grow that tag team game? Dro said the Joe Hendry concert should be fun. So, Cringe Wolf, thank you. Sick Horror Kingman said, I'm asking why they have a match with Ridge and they destroy Chase U only to bring them back. Could they just have the original graduates? No, apparently, I think it was in Unseen. The original stipulation was that that version of Chase U had to split up. So, you know, that's, I think the wording of it was that the current Chase U have to disband. But the wording isn't that there can never be another Chase U again. It's just that that Chase U with Duke Hudson, Thea, and they had to split. But there was nothing to stop a Chase U reforming again. It is confusing because I think the stipulation of like Chase U is going to be no more and Chase U is over and it's done, that wasn't really true. It was just that that version of it was not allowed to continue. So now we've got new recruits. Now there's new people that can form a new Chase U. That's fine. That's all within the rules. But that original version of Riley Osborne, Thea Hale, Duke Hudson, that had to split. Tom's there. Tom, shout out to you. David says, going up on a Tuesday, got your girl in the club and she choosy. David, thank you. Dean said, what do we think about the championship belts that WWE have? I think they're okay. Well, I think they're okay. And by okay, I mean I tolerate them. I'm trying to think if there's a single belt that I would not redesign. I don't think so. I think the world's... Oh, what's the best belt? What's the best belt on the main roster? I don't mind the tag belts too much because they're based on the older belts. You know, the ones based on the penny tag team belt. The bronze one, it's kind of based on that with the circular faceplate. The other one is clearly based on the old school tag belts from the 80s and the 90s. I don't mind those. Those belts feel fine to me. I'm not a fan of the world one's okay. I wish the center plate was a bit bigger. The one that Jay's got. I think the center plate's a bit too small. But I understand it's got to have the WWE logo in the middle. I get that. So, yeah, I don't mind that. That's okay. I'd keep it. I'd maybe make it a touch bigger and, you know, a bit more detail in there, whatever. But, yeah, by and large, I'd keep it. The WWE one's just sucks. It's just the WWE logo on a belt strap. I mean, it's very hard to get excited about. You could make the argument it does the job. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't offend me. But, you know, could we have something nicer, like a winged eagle or something like that? Then, yeah, of course we could. So, yeah, I'd probably change that. And, of course, that would then change the women's belts. The mid-card belts, I'm not crazy about. I've never been crazy about that US one. I definitely think it needs the blue behind the stars because the colour behind the stars is like a metal colour. That doesn't make any sense. So, yeah, the United States belt, I think, could definitely do with at least an update, but really, I'd just do a whole new belt. And the Intercontinental is not as good as the old one. I mean, to be honest with you, when it comes to the new belts, one of the big questions is this better than what we've had before? And if the answer is going to be no, then we've not improved, have we? We've not took steps to like get better. You want everything better than the past. Well, I can sit here and tell you that the Intercontinental Championship that we had before is better than the one we've got now. I can sit here and tell you that the Winged Eagle is better than what we've got now. I can tell you the World Heavyweight Championship is better than the one we've got now. Tag belts, I mean, I was not crazy about the old tag belts, the circular ones with like the two helmets facing each other. The penny belts, as they were known at the time. I prefer the new ones. I think they're an improvement. And I think it's hard. I was never a big fan of the old US belt either. So you could maybe make an argument the new US title is an improvement on the old one, but I still think there's got to be some tweaks. Down in NXT, I don't mind some of the NXT belts, actually. I don't mind some of the NXT belts. I mean, it's NXT, so it doesn't massively matter, does it, really? But yeah, I wouldn't really be in a rush to kind of change those, to be honest. I think the NXT titles are okay. But the main roster ones, acceptable is the word I would use. I'm not offended by them. If they don't change, it's no problem. But it's one of those. Could we all come up with designs that are better than what we've got? If I gave you a copy of 2K25 and you went and designed a new championship belt, do I think you could eventually come up with something better than what we've got? Yeah, I think you could. I think that people could come up with something better than what we've got. But, it's not anything that like really offends me. Kian said, hope you are well, having a good day. I managed to catch up with Unseen. I've had a long day and I'm knackered. My brother's down this weekend and I'm happy to see him. Kian, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. James said, have you heard about the NXT Europe news? Yes. So that's obviously massively exciting. It's what we've been waiting for. It's what I've been waiting for. We would cover it. I would be really excited by it. I don't know I don't know, honestly. I mean, I'd love to go to some of those tape-ins. I suppose I could. I mean, if they record a load, I mean, I don't know if they're going to air live, but if they record a load, maybe I could go to the tape-ins and then not miss out on any streams. I'm sure I would, though, because I stream every day, so there'd be something that we would miss out on. But if it's like members stuff, we can obviously move that around if needed. But ideally not. I don't want to mess people around. But yeah, I would love to go to some of that NXT Europe stuff. I regret not going to more NXT UK, to be honest, but that was tricky because a lot of the time it was in that kind of BT studio in London or Manchester or wherever it was because of the pandemic. And there wasn't loads of episodes before the pandemic, so I managed to get to the early ones. I managed to get to like the one in Birmingham where Rhea becomes women's champion, and I was able to get to obviously the Blackpool stuff as well. So yeah, some of my fondest memories are of going to those shows. Just absolutely loving it, and I would love to go to NXT Europe. So I don't know. We'll have to see kind of what gets announced, where they're going to be shown. I mean, they're going to be going all over Europe, aren't they? So when they come to the UK, I'd imagine UK will be largely where it's based. I'd imagine UK is going to largely be where the shows take place. And I'd imagine that will be largely home. But they're going to be going to France. They're going to be going to Germany. They're going to be going to Belgium. They're going to be all over Europe. And yeah, should be awesome. Really looking forward to it. So, but I haven't heard any specific news. There is a belief that a lot of that talent that was being tried, they did UK tryouts, and there's been no word back about how those have gone. Although there was a talent called Zoo or something that seems like they're interested in. That Rio, it seems like they're interested in. I think they've definitely got some names that they are interested in. It could be that talent is going to make up the foundation of NXT Europe. And I do wonder about people like Millie McKenzie, who was in NXT UK and let go, and Shah Samuels, and, some of that talent that was in NXT UK that is no longer with the company, but, they were released because they were told NXT Europe was on the way. So the fact that there's big rumours that it's going to be coming by the end of the year and that it's on the cards and everything, I mean, that's so exciting. But again, it is exciting and it is kind of surprising, but equally, we have been talking about, well, they've just bought AAA. That AAA announcement, so big. That is so big. I mean, we knew it was big at the time, but really, that AAA announcement, if you look at that as being NXT Mexico, if that is what that is, then it feels like now we're moving towards, let's get NXT Europe, let's get NXT Japan, do you know what I mean? That vision that WWE had a few years ago of NXTs around the world with talent being produced. And when it gets to a certain level, it then goes to NXT in Florida. All of a sudden, that's becoming a reality. The system, I mean, you sort of look at it and you're like, why did Vince never do this? Why did Vince never put this kind of structure in place? Because it's such a good idea. It's such a good idea to have these NXTs around the world. And I know there was a plan, and I know that it was something they were going to work towards, but I mean, he had the money. He could have moved quicker with it. To be honest, I just don't think he believed in that as much. I don't think he cared. I think it was Triple H's pet project, and I think Vince just was sort of like, yeah, whatever. That was, yeah, you know. When it comes to main roster, this was Vince's. But when it came to anything NXT development, yeah, whatever. That's so far down the ladder, I don't care. But it's great to see that TKO care and that Nick Khan cares. And I think, honestly, it's probably driven by Triple H, because I think Triple H obviously knows what NXT needs and what he always wanted. And I'd imagine that Triple H has regular meetings with Nick Khan. He's like, listen, this is what we need to do for NXT. We need to get some in Mexico. We need to get some in Europe. We need to get some in Asia. We need to get the talent coming through. Once it's at a level, we bring them to NXT in Florida. That is just going to give us a conveyor belt of the best talent from around the world. So that AAA signing was the first step, wasn't it? And now we're seeing the NXT Europe's going to come online, and I still think that you do some in Japan. I still think you do some that Riot City Wrestling in Australia. I mean, if you can buy that, buy it, because any talent coming out of Australia or New Zealand, like Dakota Kai, like Rhea Ripley, like Duke Hudson, like Bronson Reed, like Grayson Waller, I think they've all spent time within Riot City Wrestling. And so, buy Riot City Wrestling, and then have people sign to contracts there and have that as NXT Australia or Australasia or whatever you flip, Oceania or whatever, I don't know. So yeah, it's very exciting, very exciting. It's showing us a glimpse of the future, isn't it? Al says, I've got front row seats, early meet and greet for AWF All-American Grand Slam Phoenix. Cora Jade, now wrestling under the name Eleanor Black, is boycotting WWE. Al, shout out to you. I hope you have a good time. I can still afford NXT, but any other tickets are out of my budget. Yeah, it's crazy. I book a week-long vacation with front row seats to 3 or 4 events with up-and-coming stars instead, says Al. Yeah, goods. I think it's, listen, NXT's brilliant for that. NXT is great. You can still get cheap tickets. I got front row and a meet and greet opportunity for I think it was $25. That was last year with NXT house show in Tampa. No, it wasn't Tampa. Crystal Springs. It was Crystal Springs. So, which is not far from Tampa. It's just up from Tampa. And I honestly, I love it. I love it. If ever I go to Florida, it's one of the very first things I make sure I do is book NXT house show tickets. I love it. And actually, if I could go to more than one, I would. But I just tend to, there's lots to do in Florida, of course. So I tend to not go crazy and go, to loads, but I'll go to at least one. And when I went last time, I met No Quarter Catch Crew, but it was sadly before Ren was there, which is a shame because she's grown on me a lot. But I met Miles and I met Charlie, and Damon Kemp was in the group at that point. Obviously, he's been replaced by Tavian now, so I didn't get to meet that version of the group. But I got to meet those guys, and that was really cool. And then you sit in the front row, which, again, it was only $25 for the ticket. It's a flipping NXT house show. There was 200 people in the room. So, this isn't a big brag, right? But you get to sit in the front row. Great to, see the action. And, I mean, I saw Tony. I saw the Riz. I saw Stax. I saw Sean Spears. I saw Trick Williams. I saw Kiana James. I saw Jasmine Nix. I saw Kendall Gray and Carly Bright. They were at that show. I saw Tyson and Tyreek before they'd been on NXT TV. I remember them. I've told this story before. I sat there and I was like, right, I'm going to write down the matches and what I scored them, because people will be really interested to know who was there and what we thought of the matches, right? And the very first people that came out were Tyson and Tyreek, and I was like, who are they? Who are these? And I was like, I don't know who this is. And I didn't catch what the guy said. He was like, Tyson, Tyreek. I was like, what? Who? Straight away, I was like, well, that's Jesus. Well, that's that done. So they were out first. I think they took on a team of Lexis King and Javier Bernal, a thrown together team. Main event was Sean Spears, Trick Williams. The match before was Lyra versus Tatum Paxley. Good, mate, honestly. 25 pounds for that, or dollars for that. Oh, I flipping love it. It's so good. It's so good. I want to go back. I wish that they would do NXT tours in the UK again, you know. I'd love for them to come over to the UK. If we get NXT Europe, great, but the downside of that is, well, you won't get NXT. We used to have NXT come over, you know. I went and saw them in Bournemouth. I saw Balor and Asuka and Samoa Joe, Shinsuke Nakamura, all when they were with NXT. They used to come to the UK and they don't anymore. Sad. So, Al, I am with you, supporting that emerging talent. I'm with you. Mr. Dell Jr. said, are we doing a watch-along for UFC Atlanta? It's got Thug Rose against Miranda. Usman Buckley might have a chance to go, said Mr. Dell Jr. Well, I always ideally look to do UFC, but I don't know what's happening this year, but a lot of the big pay-per-views are being put on at the same time as WWE shows. And it's just killing our UFC community, which I already know. I am fully aware. If you don't do it, they'll go somewhere else. Simple as that, innit? So, I mean, if we do UFC streams, I have absolutely no idea how many people would join us now. Which, you know, it's such a shame because we were very consistent for, I'd say, about 5 years. 2019 through to about 2024. And then, I don't know how TKO have messed this up. But they keep putting on wrestling shows the same weekend as like the big pay-per-view shows. And I'm always going to go wrestling. It was something that there was one show back in 2022 where they did this. They put the big UFC show on the same night as SummerSlam. And my solution was that I did UFC and Tommy Toy Travels did SummerSlam on his channel or the Wrestling Escape Pod channel. So that way I felt like the community could choose. You could go to Tommy for SummerSlam or you could come to me for UFC. And honestly, I was sat there watching UFC and all I'm seeing is like Bailey returned, Dakota was back, Io had been called up, Brock is driving to the ring in a tractor, the ring is being picked up. And for someone that does a wrestling channel, I'm sat there going, well, I've just got this completely wrong, ain't I? Do you know what I mean? I've just got this completely wrong. There is no way that I should be sat here, like, having a wrestling channel, and I'm watching the second biggest show of the year, right? I'm not streaming it, because I'm doing UFC, and all I'm seeing is just the most bonkers stuff going on. People coming back, people raving about the matches, flipping Brock driving a tractor, rings being picked up, and I'm just flipping sat here watching UFC. Do you know what I mean? Like, I was like, no, it's wrong. Every bone in my body tells me that what I have done here is wrong. So from that moment, I made the decision that it would always be WWE first. And so yeah, we've kind of, but to be honest with you, they did really well in not having like big shows clash. 2025, they're flipping lost their minds. It's just constantly clashing. It's a real frustration, honestly. It's a real frustration. So I can't answer that question because I have not looked into UFC. The only thing I can tell you is that this weekend is Saturday night's main event and we're doing that. And on Sunday is Battleground and we're doing that. And I know in a few weeks' time it's Money in the Bank and we're doing that. So that's all I know. Anything beyond that, I honestly have not even looked into. So I really can't say. Which I know is a very frustrating answer, and I'm more frustrated than anyone else. How TKO can't make sure their big events don't collide with each other is flipping beyond me. That would be the first thing you would think that you would sort, isn't it? Why would you not put them on at different days? Why would you not have your big WWE show like the week after your big UFC show? Or if you have to, why not move it to a Sunday or do something? And the thing is that sometimes the WWE show can end and then immediately the UFC show starts. But that doesn't really help me because I've got to do videos about the show we've just watched. I've got to do unscenes and I've got to do review videos and I've got to put reaction clips up. And like, if it's a WWE show, a big show, Money in the Bank or something like this, right? That's me done for the day. I mean, that is my focus. That's it. That's me locked into that show. So like, I can't really get away with, oh, can you do UFC now? Because it's like, well, not really, because I got to do this review video and I got to do this and blah, 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 blah. Otherwise, I'm just, doing half a job, really. That's how I see it. The streams are half the job. Like this, what we do now is great. And I love chatting with you guys and I love our live streams and, love them. But I can't just go to bed after this. After this, there'll be an NXT review that goes on the second channel. There will be an unseen video, right? That will go up as well. Hopefully there'll be a reaction clip of some degree that can go up. And if I don't do that, then I've just done half a job. So yes, it's very frustrating. Big Time said Raw dropped to 2.7, which is the second lowest since Netflix debut, coming off SmackDown that did 1.2. WWE can still coast and book safely, but we're going to see more drops unless Triple H gets creative. Do you know, I find, and it's not a perfect science, of course, because watch-alongs is a very competitive market now. So it's not an exact science, but I can sort of find how the rating's going to go by how our watch-alongs have gone. Again, not an exact science because there's obviously variables. But I found that yesterday's Raw was a bit slow. Not the show, I'm talking about the watch-along, the amount of people that were just around, the amount of people that were joining us. We were kind of getting to certain hours and we weren't quite where we normally would be when it comes to views. And I think by the end of the stream, we were on about 14,000 views, which is fine. I mean, we've done streams in the past for Raw that's got about 10,000. So 14,000 is no dramas. But that's definitely down on where we've been in 2025. We've been knocking on 20,000 at times. So to do 14,000 for a Raw watch-along is, as I said, I'm very grateful. There is no drama. There is no problems. There is no concern. It is well above where we've been in the past. So let's not get that twisted. But it is also, in the same breath, below where we have been in the year. So if we're saying that a couple of weeks ago the numbers for Raw and SmackDown were down, I would say I don't see that improving for yesterday. Because yesterday, from a watch-along point of view, felt like it was down on where we've been as well. But again, a degree of that can be that it's a very competitive watch-along market as well. So it's not an exact science. So, just an insight. I mean, it's normal, honestly, that after WrestleMania, there's a decrease. I mean, WrestleMania season is the season, isn't it? Everyone knows about WrestleMania. Everyone knows about the Royal Rumble. Everyone knows about WrestleMania season. And so, of course, once that's done, then, of course, it settles down. So we're seeing it settle down. So the hope is going to be that it does not settle down too much, that WWE can find something exciting enough to kind of keep people around. I suppose the hope is that John Cena and the whole retirement stuff is going to keep people's attention. But if you look at yesterday, there was no CM Punk until like the final minute of the show. There was no Roman Reigns. There was no Cody Rhodes. We had a little bit of Seth. We didn't get loads of Seth, actually. A little bit of Seth. There was no John Cena. There was obviously no Rock. We're relying on the star power of Becky, Jay, Uso. Do you know what I mean? Like, I could understand that we don't have like loads of casuals tuning in, I think, at the moment. I could see the casuals kind of staying away at the moment. So yeah, I think it's normal that there is a decrease after WrestleMania. I think that the shows are not setting the world on fire. I think if there was a major big storyline involving The Rock or someone like that, then I think we would obviously have more people around. But it's difficult, isn't it? Because again, devil's advocate, we sit here and talk about how they need to do more creative things. But if you involve The Rock or Punk or anything like that, that is TV time being taken away from building new stars. So what do? Do you build new stars and try and do that? Or do you rely on the old established talent? I mean, ideally, you will try and do both. And, you know, some weeks that balance is not going to be right, of course. You're not going to get that right every week. So maybe this week the balance wasn't quite right. Perhaps we needed a little bit more from Punk. Perhaps we needed a little bit more from Seth. Perhaps there needed to be more of a mystery. But you can't do that every single week, can you? So, yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult. Honestly, it's difficult. I like to think that if I was booking, right, if I was in that situation, I'd like to think that I wouldn't be hard on myself if there was, you know, weeks where it wasn't quite right. I'd like to think that I've seen enough wrestling to know that, you know, you're not going to nail it every week, that balance. Because I think there is a balance where you need established stars and you need emerging talent. But it's just like, yeah, to be able to do that every week is... And certainly now that WrestleMania season's done, a lot of those big stars are having a bit of a time off as well. You know, it is a bit of a head scratcher why we didn't do more with Punk, though. He was on the show and he only came out for the final minute or two. That's a bit of a head scratcher. I hope Punk wins Money in the Bank, said David, and saves wrestling. I love that storyline, said David. Al, shout out to you. Lord Sheograph, hello, said bin off The Rock and Punk and the old tired gits. Get some fresh talent. Well, if you did that, though, you won't have any star power, will you? I mean, you're going to have to build it. So the problem with doing that is you are then going to just rely on Bron Breakker and you're going to rely on Jey Uso and Tiffany Stratton and you're just going to rely on these people to be good enough to be able to be intriguing enough to be able to actually bring viewers in. And I just don't know, honestly. I mean, I just don't know that would work. Because to be honest with you, where are the gimmicks? Where are the characters that are compelling enough to get people to tune in? So, for example, look at Toni Storm. Toni Storm has got this great character, this timeless Toni Storm character, very big, larger than life, grabs attention. I look at WWE, I just see a load of people. Do you know what I mean? Tiffany Stratton. I suppose she's got that kind of Barbie vibe. Should we play into that more? I don't know. And if we did, would that bring in viewers? What about the guys? You know, what's Bron Breakker representing? He's just a bit of a powerhouse, but I don't know. Like, is he big enough to grab attention? To me, there is a problem with Bron Breakker, and that is that he's a little on the smaller side. If he's meant to be this generation's Goldberg or this generation's Brock or whatever, I know he's athletic, I know he's explosive, I know they're doing a good job of building him, but if you're a casual fan, does he grab your attention? Hopefully he does with what he does in the ring, but he's not like this freak like Brock, is he? He's not like absolutely like a monster. He's not Batista. I mean, when you saw Batista, you'd probably stop when you were flicking through the channels because of his size. Then you saw Brock, you would probably stop because of his size. Would you stop if you saw Bron Breakker? If you're flicking through the channel, I mean, maybe if he's doing a move or something, do you know what I mean? Some explosive, hitting the ropes really quick, maybe you would, but just his look, I just don't know. I don't know. I think there's a problem. I think there is a problem there. I think that I'll feel a bit happier when Trick and Oba are on the main roster. At the moment, I'm like, if I compare back to Randy, Cena, Undertaker, Triple H, Rock, have we got people that physically grab your attention the way that they grabbed your attention? We can talk about how great certain people are in the ring, but have we got people that can physically grab attention? Because there is a bit of an awkward truth, which is that the airport test does matter. There is a bit of an awkward truth that the big jacked guys, the big giants, they're the ones that are going to grab attention. You know, Undertaker might not have worked as well if he was 5 inches shorter. Kane might not have worked as well if he was 5 inches shorter. Like, the fact he was big, imposing, it matters. It does matter. And so, you know, this is where the conversation about where are those bigger guys, where are those, you know, monsters that wrestling has always had, you know, the kind of people that, you know, the airport test, which is if someone's walking through an airport and they don't say anything or, you know, do anything, can they still turn heads because they're so big and eye-catching? You know, you put Andre the Giant walking through an airport, he does not need to say a word. He does not need to be in wrestling gear. Just have him walk through an airport and you will have everyone like, it immediately demands attention. Same with Undertaker, same with Kane, same with Triple H. Like, it's hard to appreciate how big these people are in real life. You know, you're 6'6", 6'7", 6'8". You're really standing out in the crowds. And you sort of look at WWE and you're like, where are those people? Where are those people? Where are the 6'7", 6'8" people? 6'6" people? Where are they? I don't... And so you're having to rely on... I know wrestling evolves and, you know, you could make an argument that's an old way of looking at wrestling, but I still think that that's attention grabbing, and I still think if you're a casual fan, that is something that still is going to matter. It's not the be-all and end-all. I'm not saying if you are a smaller wrestler that you're not valuable, but I'm just saying that, you know, if I look back at the previous eras, if I look at who the top guys were, you know, it's your Roman Reigns, it's your John Cena's, it's your Rocks, it's your Stone Colds, it's your Hulk Hogan's, it's your Andre the Giants. We tried Undertaker, we tried Sid, we did try Brett, and we did try Shawn. Neither of them drew all that well, to be honest, when they were on top. Hence why they didn't stay there. And we constantly were looking for, you know, Shawn historically was not a great drawing champion at all. But yeah, I think that's the problem with like relying on this talent that we've got now and investing solely in the future. Is it good enough? Is it good enough to take the ball and carry it? Are they charismatic enough yet? Is there a good enough mixture of bigger guys to kind of grab attention? Or I still feel like someone like Bron Breakker's still putting it together. I still feel like Bron Breakker's kind of in his prototype era. I just don't know that they're ready to take that ball. It's an interesting conversation. Nick said, I think WWE should dress Logan Lion Food Paul in a meat tuxedo. Put him in a Hell in a Cell with a starving lion. I know a lion called Steve who would be up for it. He does eat and he hates Logan. Let's go. Let's go. Cringe Wolf said, we are more than welcome. I am glad you are doing well. Chris, shout out to you. Cringe Wolf, shout out to you. Big Time said, we don't have the stars that carry that same aura. We've just got really good wrestlers. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to paint an incorrect picture. I don't want people saying, like, thinking I'm saying we only should have giants. My point is that if you take away a lot of that old timers, you just focus on new talent, current talent. Are there giants that are going to be in there that are ready now? You know, are there people that can take the ball and kill it? Just like Rock did, Stone Cold did, Triple H did in the Attitude Era. Have we got people now that can take that ball and replace Roman, replace CM Punk, replace, I don't know, Seth Rollins if needed, replace, John Cena, replace The Rock? Where's that talent coming from? Because what I see is lots of potential. I look at Austin Theory, I see potential. I look at Bron Breakker, I see potential. I look at Trick Williams, I see potential. I look at Obafemi, I see potential. But I don't know that I see people that can main event WrestleMania right now, Steve said, if the quarry size, why get rid of someone like Dijak or Braun? Well, apparently Braun was pretty banged up. I think Braun was, word on the street is, more injured than we realise. I think if Braun was less injured, a bit more agile, I don't think he would have been released. The thing with Braun was that I think that they could only use him sparingly. I think, he was pretty banged up, and I think he demanded or was on quite a good wage. And so the decision was made of like, well, there's not really a long-term future that we've got with Braun. He's someone we're just going to use sparingly. He's pretty banged up. He's on a high wage, and so we put. But would we love a Braun Strowman to be coming through right now? Oh, yes. Of course we would. 100% yes. We would flipping love a Braun Strowman to be coming through right now. We do have Gunther. But I will say Gunther is less imposing since he lost that weight. I'm just saying. I wish he was fat. I'm the opposite of fat shaming right now. I'm slim shaming. I'm slim shaming. And you can't get cancelled for that. Don't you try and cancel me. You can't cancel me for slim shaming. You can cancel me for fat shaming. But if I was around Gunther, I'd be like, Gunther, do you want a dessert? Do you have another dessert, Gunther? Have another one. Yeah? Have some more cake, mate. You've earned it. Yeah? Do you want some Haribo? And by some, I mean 10 tubs. Daze, remember, Vince in the 90s had to pivot to future talents because he knew the business would take a hit, but will pay off in the future. Yeah, I think there's a difference though, isn't there? Because Triple H had been in the business and had been in wrestling for quite a while. So Triple H had been in WCW. So he had been trained by Killer Kowalski. He'd been in WCW. He'd been in WWE or F as Hunter Hearst Helmsley. And so he'd already been on the main roster 2 years, 3 years. So he, I don't know, by the time we get into 97, 98, he's probably got 10 years of wrestling experience. And so that is not quite the same as people that are coming into NXT. Tiffany right now, I think she's got 3 years experience. I think including NXT, she's been trained for 3-4 years, 4 years max. And so she just does not have the experience. She just does not kind of put everything together yet. She's a top world champion now, right? Which is incredible that we can go from a gymnast that's got no wrestling experience to 4 years later, the women's world champion, right? I mean, that is just mind-blowing. It's a round of applause. But how many people are tuning in to watch Tiffany? How many casual fans are going to tune in to watch Tiffany? Because I don't think that she is she's on a journey. Let's be honest. She's on a journey. She's still relatively new. I don't think her name value is necessarily selling lots of tickets. She's in a good place. She's got support. Everyone knows Tiffy time. But, it's early for her, isn't it? She is someone, and obviously when it comes to the women, size does matter, like it does with the guys. But I think it doesn't matter quite as much. It doesn't matter quite as much because the girls are pretty small anyway. So, being small in a small world is like, whatever. So, I don't think it matters as much when it comes to the women. So maybe in the women's division, you can get away with, Tiffany. To be honest, the numbers seem to suggest that it's the men that are still driving the majority of views and the majority of interest, right? We want to get women more 50-50. That is a journey, okay? But I think there is more importance on getting the men's division right and the men's division, driving the business, which is where we currently are. I don't know the percentage. We might be talking 70-30, that it's the men that sell more of the tickets, right? Or 60-40, I don't know. But the data is that the women's side of it is a growing side, right? Which is no surprise because the women really haven't been took all that seriously until like 10 years ago. And maybe a bit before that, but the women's evolution came because the fans had had enough. They wanted the divas to be treated equal as the guys. And it was only this year that they got mid-card belts. It was only this year they got the Intercontinental belt. So we can't make an argument that it's been, they've been treated exactly the same. There's clearly steps that still need to be taken when it comes to the women's side. That is a side where we're still seeing growth, yeah? So I think for me, when it comes to the women, I think there is a slightly different conversation where it's like, could Tiffany be on top? And could she, be allowed to be given the ball? Yes, because I don't think the company is resting on her shoulders. And I don't think people would disagree with that. I don't know that anyone's going to realistically tell me that the company is currently resting on Tiffany Stratton's shoulders, because I would say it's not. It's currently resting on John Cena's shoulders because he is the WWE champion and he is the guy who's in his last year, and, that's our major story. Before him, it was resting on Cody's shoulders. Before him, it was resting on Roman's shoulders. Whoever's got that WWE championship is the quarterback. Hence why Cody had that in his bio. That is the belt, isn't it? That is the position that makes you the number one person in the company. I mean, it would be very unusual to see the WWE championship not main event night 2. Because that is the championship. That is the person. That is the man. That is the guy. And I think that for me, we can have slightly different rules for the women. I think you could, if you wanted, I think you could get rid of some of the older females, which I would not do, right? I would not do. Because there is a whole conversation around ageism and how the women should be allowed to age and still be kept around like the men are. And I agree with that the women and the men should be treated equally that way. The only thing I disagree with is that I think there's more weight resting on the men's shoulders currently than there is on the women's shoulders. So I think there is more ability for the upcoming talent in the women's division to be given freedom to grow, because I don't think we have to rely on Becky, or we don't have to rely on Bayley. We don't have to rely on Charlotte as much as we do Roman as much as we do Cody. I think they are taking more of the weight. So it's a delicate subject because obviously you're touching on sexism, you're touching on ageism, and I don't agree with either of those things. I don't think that we should have differences between the two sexes. I think that ideally we should get to a 50-50 point. I don't think that people, when you reach a certain age, if you're female, should be told to leave. I think they should be allowed to stay. I think they should be treated the same. So it's a difficult conversation because I'm trying to look at it from a business point of view where I can see differences between the men and the women, but then I'm trying to look at it in a HR equality point of view where I totally believe that it should be 50-50, and I believe that older performers should be allowed to stay if they're still of the correct standards. I mean, obviously, if there's been a drop-off, if their skills are not where they were, that's a different conversation. But if you're Becky Lynch and you're getting to your mid-40s and you can still go, then no, I don't think you should be asked to leave, because we wouldn't do that of CM Punk. And I think that's a very fair argument. But I can't ignore the fact that it ain't the women that are main eventing night 2 of WrestleMania on a regular basis. It is the men, and it is the WWE Championship that does that. And it is the men that predominantly drive the business. To what degree more than the women, I'm not sure, but they do. And so it is different. Like, it is different. The men and the women, so it is different. So there are going to be slight differences when it comes to what you can allow in both divisions. So that is, the most political answer I can give in the fairest way I can word it. I'm not capable of wording it any fairer than that. The only thing I can say is, do not get it twisted. I am 100% behind both divisions being treated equally. I am 100% behind not treating them differently. But the point still remains that there are differences between those divisions right now. And as a result, there are kind of different things you can get away with if you wanted. So if we are talking about the freedoms of losing the top end of the rosters, I think there's more freedom to lose the top end of the women than there is to lose the top end of the men. That's the point. And I cannot word it any better than I have. The opposite side of the coin is that the women actually are more prone to injury as they age. Women's bone density decreases as a result of the menstrual cycle. Is that true? I would like to know more science on that. That's one of those that I think you would get pushback on, because bone density and stuff like that is so far out of my knowledge that I would never be able to have that conversation with anyone and back it up with any kind of science. So I would, that there would need to be proper medical studies done into that in regards to sport, in regards to wrestling, in regards to, what percentage are women more injury prone as they get older compared to men due to bone density. You'd have to have some serious numbers to have that conversation, because it might be negligible. It might be that it's 5% or something like that. Women's bone density as they age, they become 5% more vulnerable than men to injury, and it might be something you go, or it could be flipping 30%. I have no idea. So without, it's a very interesting point. But I think without some serious data, that I would stay clear of that. Big Time said, when we look at other pop cultures like movies, TV shows, music, sports, many fans of those lose interest because today's generation have got a lot of generic looking people. That's interesting. I wonder if it is like to the sign of the times. There is another conversation as well about how, I think it's called decadism, which is a whole different thing, right? But you can sort of, if you say the 60s, You can get an idea as to what was on TV. You can get an idea of how people dressed. You can get an idea of what was going on in the world. And, you know, the 60s music, movies, it represents something. 70s, same. 80s, same. 90s, same. Starts getting messy when you get to the 2000s. Starts getting messy when you get to the 2010s. And there is like stuff that's been looked into with that as to why that is the case. I was watching some really good videos on it. And they're saying it's because that back in the day, you had the 60s and the 70s and the 80s. When we got to the 2000s, no one quite knew what to call it. Like, noughties kind of floated around for a time, but people didn't take to it. And the zeros, like, no one really took to it. And so, you know, then we got to the tens or the teens. And again, no one really took to those. And so no one was really referring to the decades the same way that we was with the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. And when we got into the 2000s and the 10s and what, like, it's just kind of fallen out because it doesn't quite work. We don't have the language for it. And as a result of us no longer talking that way, it has resulted in things becoming a lot muddier. It's just a bit harder now to kind of compartmentalize. Oh, what a word. That might be the longest word I've ever used on a watch-along. Compartmentalize. It might be, it's harder to do that now. And there's like people that have like properly looked into this and tried to figure out why it feels so muddy. Why, if you talk about someone from 2008, you can't quite picture what they're wearing, or what they're wearing might feel very similar to what we're wearing today, you know? Whereas if you think about the 70s and the 90s, they're very different styles. And the other thing as well is that because of the internet, like, people are influenced by so many different things that you've got so many different styles. You don't have everyone focused on one thing. Back in the day, you had, like, you know, so many TV channels. A lot of people would watch the same content. They would read the same magazines or newspapers. They would get stuff from the same places. Now, if you're into dressing up like a flipping furry animal, you've got a community that can accommodate that. If you're into flipping sausages, then there's a community you can join where you can just talk about and dress up like a sausage if you so want to. Do you know what I mean? Like, now with the internet, that's also added extra layer of mud that was not there in the 90s or the 80s. It hadn't took hold in the 90s. As soon as we get into the year 2000, whatever, it just, everything changes so drastically. Really changes very, very drastically. And we actually, you know, technology, obviously, that plays a massive factor. And I wonder if that has kind of shown itself in wrestling and in films and in music, that muddiness, that you know, that fact that, like, things aren't as they were in the 90s, the 80s because of the elements we've just spoke about. I don't know. It's hard to say. I still don't know where the bigger guys have gone. I still don't know where all the 6'7", 6'8" people have gone. I still can't explain that. But, yeah, I saw some videos on that. I thought it was very interesting about that kind of muddiness. Rock Rat Zero said, the tech and the internet and social changes make the decadal shifts much shorter and overlapping. Yeah, it's a really good point. It's a really good point. I do think that has played a role in kind of getting us to focus on where we are. I mean, everything just feels like one long continuation now, rather than it being split into decades. And us kind of looking at progress. And progress of things, as you said, has been things advancing at so many different various points, and technology, and it's really just created a whole blur. Everything's become more of a, you know, a continual line rather than it being like split up into decades. So it's I think that muddiness has definitely shown itself as well in, like, you know, different aspects, music and movies and wrestling as well. My favourite word is discombobulated, but you UK superiors don't use it, so the joke is on you, says Aubrey. Natty is 42. Yeah, now, you see, Natty is someone that I think really we should give her another 4 or 5 years. You know, I mean, Randy is in his late 40s. I mean, I think once you get to your I think if I was working in WWE and I was in creative, mentally, I'm not worried about anyone's age unless they're in their mid-40s. I'm not, unless they've got injuries and they're banged up and like that's personal to them. I'm not worried about anyone's age, man or woman, unless they're in their mid-40s. Any conversation about age, I'm not interested in until they're like 45. So for me, Natalia being 42, if I was booking, I can do whatever with her because I got 3-4 years at least. And honestly, I think that's a much fairer way of kind of looking at it, rather than it being a case that, oh God, Natty's 42, that's it. It's over. I would be looking at it like, I don't care if you're a man, woman, whatever, mid-40s is where I'm probably going to start thinking about I need to look towards the youth. The problem you've got with that is, say, I don't know where CM Punk is, but if someone comes back after being like away for 10 years and there's loads of excitement around them, you can't really get away with using Punk in mid-card. You got to use him at the top of the card. He's an exceptional circumstance. But like with Roman, I would be thinking, I'm going to use him until his mid-40s. And really, by that point, I should have got everything out of Roman that I feel that I need. Anything else is just, I don't want to say greed, but anything else you could maybe start making the argument is then going to be detrimental to the new Romans that should be coming through. Yeah. And this has always been a bit of a problem, the old guard getting in the way of the new guard. But for me, mid-40s now is what I'd be looking at. So how old is Roman? I still think he's his 30s, isn't he? And he does, he's 39. So he's 39. He works a reduced schedule. I can accommodate that. Of course I can. It's Roman. I'm not going to get rid of Roman. But so I'm going to use him in good stories, big stories for another 5 years. Maybe when he gets to his early 40s, I'm starting to think I need to make sure I am bringing through those next Romans. But I'm not going to take Roman out of the picture. I'm not going to get rid of him. Not until I get to mid-40s. He's not done. We're not done with him. I'm not done with him. I'm not ready to move on until I get to mid-40s. So for Roman, I would absolutely look for another bloodline story. I'd look for another big story. I've got Roman till he's in his mid-40s. But I am also, because now he's in his 40s or about to be in his 40s, his birthday's in 4 days, actually. I am also now thinking about how I need to start making sure that he's not totally getting in the way of that next Roman. If anything, I would ideally like that next Roman to be built to the point where he can have a match with this Roman within the next 5 years, Who is that next Roman? I don't know who it is right now. Let's say it's Trick Williams. Let's say Trick Williams is the next Roman. Well, I want to get to the point where Trick's getting to the main roster, finding his feet, making any mistakes he needs to make, building up his following, and, 5 years, within the next 5 years, I want him to be able to go toe-to-toe with Roman Reigns. And ideally, I'm looking for that passing of the torch moment. So mid-40s is what I'd be looking at. So I would not abandon Roman at this point, honestly. I think that you've still got plenty of miles on the clock if he's 39. Big Time said, when you look at other pop culture... Oh, we read that one. Daze suggestion is less waffle, says Tony K. It feels one-sided conversation. Maybe getting to the main point quicker as I space out from long answers. Oh, this isn't the place for you then, buds. Tony, I'd say go to an AEW stream rather than joining us here. I'm interested in digging into conversations, and sometimes that requires me to think about things, and because we don't pre-plan anything, it means that a lot of thinking I have to do like whilst I'm talking, and I have to kind of explore the conversations while I'm talking. I mean, in retrospect, it would be nice to just get to an answer, but sometimes I have to find that answer. Like, that answer does not just present itself. So sometimes I have to explore the conversation in order to get to it. So there would be no getting to an answer. So, yeah, I'd say this isn't the place for you. Jamie said, I've liked a few Nia Jax stuff recently. She's been really clumsy in the past in the ring, but I've liked her rivalry with Tiffy, and I know that she got busted open in her match, just like her at the moment. I think Nia has come back a bit better than before. She definitely had some good moments last year. She won Queen of the Ring. She won the championship. She main evented in Australia. I think they definitely, again, you want to talk about size and you want to talk about someone that kind of passes the airport test. I feel like Nia kind of ticks that box, right? So I think that she is definitely someone that you would want to use. I think she is someone that is, as you said, a little clumsy in the ring. I think, though, that considering her size, she probably should be allowed a little bit more freedom, a little bit more leeway, you know? I think she is someone that... I think she's someone that can get a little bit of a rough ride. I kind of feel like she's a bigger girl. She obviously can be a little reckless. I mean, I'm not going to dismiss everything that she's done wrong and say that it's because of her size and she should be given a completely clean slate. But I sort of feel like she is... I sort of feel like she is someone that has come back, maybe found a little bit of a new groove. And I think, yeah, can be entertaining. That match with Tiffany, I thought, was much better than I anticipated. So I don't disagree. I still think, though, when we found out it was going to be Tiffany versus Nia, I think that is something that was kind of people were a bit down on. She's not someone that really gets you excited. Part of that is the booking as well, though, because honestly, she's not been booked brilliantly. She's not really like Brock. Do you know what I mean? If she comes walking down, you're not like, oh my God, here we go. This is going to be a massive challenge. So it's like, yeah, I sort of feel that it's a mixed bag with Nia. I wish she was booked a little bit better, but then you could say that about so many people. And she is guilty of, you know, being a little clumsy, as you said, and I'm sure she wouldn't disagree. But it's part of the business, isn't it? I certainly don't feel the hatred towards Nia that we see sometimes from social media, you know. Stephen said, hello, Stone Cold fella. Hope you are doing well tonight. I wish I had children and there were two sons named Hank and Tank. I would be so proud, said Aubrey. Nick said, this is going to be a bit controversial, but I think Natty has had her time. She would be better suited in NXT, putting over the likes of Fallon, Ren, Tatum, and training Thea and Riz. No, I don't think that's controversial. Honestly, I think that she is in a situation where the creative have given up on her. And so I think it's very hard to get excited about Natalya when she's got absolutely nothing to work with. She doesn't really get anything other than, do you want to do some segment with Maxine? Do you know what I mean? Do you want to be a tag partner with Maxine? I mean, what do you do with that? You know, what do you do with, do you want to be in a Money in the Bank match? I mean, you won't win, but I mean, she just doesn't get anything. So part of me wonders if you was to give her something to get her teeth into, then, you know, a story, a creative, you know, what could she do in 2025? I certainly don't think it's her age. Her age is not a reason to give up. Her in-ring is not a reason to give up. And again, you can say that she doesn't, you know, have the most charisma out of all of the girls, or she doesn't have the best promo skills, or whatever it might be. But she's done those promos online that show that if she was allowed to do some pre-recorded vignettes, that she could do a fantastic job. Or if you was to give her a manager, or if you was to give her a group, or you was to find some sort of creative, I sort of feel like, you know, that would be a good step forward, wouldn't it? I don't think personally we need to give up on her. I don't think it's done and that's it. If people do, that's fine. I do just question if she was to have better creative, then you know, how would we feel then? Sometimes it's just what they're playing with, what they're working with is not really very compelling. G-Dog said, I like the fact that Natty was able to wrestle elsewhere or while still being under WWE. Metal Mama said her latest was amazing. It blew others out the water. If they let her be Natty, not Natalia. I agree. That feels like it's got legs, doesn't it, that promo? It sort of feels like that character could maybe do something. I mean, I'm not going to say it's going to main event WrestleMania or be a world champion, but it feels like it could do something. Tony said, not sure if you know, but what are some stars from AEW you'd like to see in WWE or NXT? Well, I'd like to see Tony Storm, of course. I'd like to see Ospreay, but I know he's not interested. I'd like to see MJF. I would love to see the FTR comeback, Revival comeback. I've always wanted to see Kenny Omega. I don't know if he's banged up or what you'd get out of him. I don't really care. As long as you could get a couple of matches, you know. I'd love to see him come in. So if ever something soured between him and AEW, I'd more than welcome him in. I'm really not someone that's like, oh, they're AEW, like I don't want them in WWE. I'm really not into that tribalistic stuff. I know that we have a bit of a joke at AEW's expense sometimes, but we have jokes at WWE's expense as well. Do you know what I mean? It's not like we sit here rimming WWE, like going off about glazing them about how they're perfect. I mean, we are more than happy to criticize WWE because there's more than enough to criticize. So, you know, if ever we have a little shot at AEW, I don't think it's anything we're not doing to WWE. So, yeah, no, I'm genuinely not into the tribalistic stuff. I'm not into the kind of, oh, they're AEW, I don't want them over here. I don't give a flip. I think that, you know, Toni Storm, I think, might be the best female, the most watchable female in all of wrestling right now. And the same with Ospreay in regards to in-ring ability. He might be the best in-ring performer in all of wrestling right now. I don't know how, you know, Zack Saber's getting on. I know he's normally in the conversation. Takeshita as well, I think has really massively kicked on in recent years. When I first saw him, there was potential. But, I mean, from what I've heard, he's done brilliant. So I think they've got a really good roster. I mean, honestly, I look at Harley Cameron as someone that could be quite entertaining. Mariah May, I would take in a heartbeat. I loved her feud with Tony. I think there's loads. I think they've got a good roster. I'm sure their product is good in 2025. Yeah, there's lots. It's probably quicker to talk about the people I wouldn't be so keen on, and those people would be people that I just find not very interesting to watch, like an Anna Jay or a Julia Hart, or I'm trying to think of any guys. Hook was not very interesting when I was watching, but he was young, so I think there was definitely room for growth. So Hook would be someone that I'd be like, not bothered about watching Hook. Jungle Boy's attitude, obviously, is a big question mark. And it's funny because I think we had heard, don't quote me on this, but I think I had heard before the falling out with CM Punk that Jungle Boy had actually been a bit of a-hole backstage at like meet and greets. I'm sure that was before the CM Punk stuff, that we had heard that he is not that nice of a person at times. He's not like, everyone has off days, and it could be nothing more than that. But there'd been reports doing the rounds that he'd been like off with people, and he wasn't like a great person at meet and greets. Again, might have been a one-off occasion. Can't say that's a regular thing. But then lo and behold, we end up with him kind of doing what he wants to do backstage with Punk and all of that stuff, So, I mean, there's obviously massive question marks around his temperament, around his kind of the way he conducts himself. I don't think that's unfair to say. I think a lot of wrestling fans have got those questions around him. Whether those have been answered since I stopped watching, I have no idea. But, he's someone that I'd be like, no, thanks. No, I'm not interested. I'm trying to think what other guys. I mean, I don't know quite how you would use Orange Cassidy. I think he was an interesting character with his kind of. I kind of got his character, which was I can't be bothered. But I just found that went into his matches a bit too much. It sort of felt like I kind of like his character of like, I don't care, whatever, outside of the ring. But like when it's time for the bell to ring, for me, I wanted him to get a bit more locked in. I actually think they started to move towards that, didn't they? I think they started to move towards that where they used him on the show a lot more and he was actually competing and winning matches. And I think they were trying to show off his wrestling more. In the early stages, he'd still have his hands in his pockets during the match. He'd do his little kicks during the match, which that to me was a little too far because I can buy that he can't be bothered, but I don't know that should actually go into his matches when the bell rings because, well, if you're going to stand in front of someone and do these little kicks, they're probably going to punch you in the face. And, ideally you can get out of the way of that, but it's not going to help you win a match, is it? It's not going to help you win a match. So that was kind of a head scratcher to me. That was the bit where the gimmick started losing me. I know that someone like Jim Cornette was never a fan of it, but for me, I always felt like I could understand the gimmick. The gimmick to me was he couldn't be bothered. He was like, whatever. Yeah, whatever. What do you want as your Titantron? Whatever. Just put up some black text. What do you want for your shirt? Whatever. Just put shirt. Whatever. I'm not bothered. Yeah. And I think we all have those moments where we can't be bothered. And I think he's relatable in that regard. But for me, as soon as the match starts, that should change. And then it's like, okay, here we go. Maybe he could do that at the start of his match. Kind of like, come on. Here we go, and then get into the action. But I don't know. I think that might have run its course. I don't know how he's doing or how people feel about him now. Football Talk said, "What's the sleep schedule?" As I myself am from England, watching these shows constantly. To be honest, my sleep schedule is a bit messed up at the moment. I always try to do the streams, which are at 1 and they finish about 3 or 4. Then I'll do Unseen and I'll do a reaction video and I'll do review and whatever. I'm probably done by about 8 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock, right? So ideally, I'd like to get 7 hours sleep. Yeah, I'd like to get 7 hours. So really, in an ideal world, I should go to bed at that point and then I should get up at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, early evening. That should be my schedule. Currently, it is not. Currently, I'm up till about 2 o'clock just after lunchtime. And I will then get up about 9. So I got up about an hour before I just did the member stream. And so that's why I quickly go through my notifications. I quickly have a look at the news, make sure I'm up to date with the big stuff. But yeah, that means it's kind of why Unseen is so late at the moment, because it takes hours to put it together, and I haven't even done that work yet. So, there'll be no Unseen straight after NXT. This is why you're probably getting it more in the mornings at the moment. I need to just get shifted back a little bit into a better rhythm. The reason why I'm doing that is because there's just a lot of stuff going on in my personal life at the moment, which doesn't normally happen. But yeah, at the moment, like, I keep talking about it, but my dad is on the verge of retiring, which sounds like it shouldn't matter, but it sort of does for our family, because my dad has always been at work, really. He's always worked in the week and then come back of a weekend. So, for my mom, she's basically lived on her own apart from weekends. And for me, I'm quite used to not seeing him. Of course, I would see him of a weekend, but it wasn't like normal families where the dad would come home every night. That's not really been my life. Like, he's been in my life. I've seen him every weekend, but it's weird. So for him to be retiring is like, you can imagine it's just flipping. My mom's like, what am I going to do? My mom's so used to living kind of on her own during the week. She's like, how am I going to deal with him being around all the time? I'm like, that's your husband. But he doesn't know what he's going to do. Even his, like, do you know what I mean? He's been running hotels. He's had people to manage and phone calls and problems, and he's been in work for 50 odd years, and now he's gonna do what? Do you know what I mean? It's like he'll do a bit of gardening and stuff like this. So there's loads of stuff that needs sorting in regards to, we've got a storage unit. There's loads of paperwork that he's got in his office that needs to be brought down. There's just stuff that needs doing at the moment with the fact that he's on the verge of retiring. And so, yeah, there's just, there's bits. It's like, my mom today was like, can you just pop up the road with me to get some sand? Because we need to get some sand, because I want to do outside, bits outside. So your dad doesn't have to do that when he retires, because I've got other things that he needs to do. So I'm like, yeah, okay, let's get some sand. So I end up going and getting some sand. And then she was like, whilst we're out, can we post some parcels? I was like, okay, yeah, we can do that. So I don't know. It's just stuff that it's weird. It's really hard to explain. But it's just, there's things going on at the moment that don't normally happen in my life. And it feels like it's all connected to my dad retire. It's like there's this big upheaval. There's this big drama that's happening in the family, and it's all to do with my dad retiring. Everything feels like it's kind of connecting to that. So once I'm sort of past this, which should hopefully be relatively soon, I've said things actually could get quite good for the channel, because once he's off and he's off work, I've got basically a businessman that doesn't know what to do at my disposal. So, this is why I said, like, merch and, anything else, really. Anything like, he's not going to be able to make graphics and stuff like this, but I don't know. I can flip in, get him to go through my emails. I could get him to do that, And anything that is a question or needs my attention, he can go, these are for you. These I've dealt with. And it's like, oh my God, this is going to be a gift. This is going to be an absolute gift. So, yeah, it's a bit of a weird one at the moment. But where we are with it is, it's every week it's been like, it's going to happen, it's going to happen, it's going to happen. But they signed paperwork yesterday that locked them into committing to buying the hotel, and the money and everything exchanges tomorrow. So as far as I know, tomorrow is the day that really he could walk away. I don't think he will tomorrow, because I think he's going to stick around a little bit for like a bit of a handover. So it might not be till the weekend that he walks away, whatever. But I don't know. It's really weird at the moment. It's just, I feel like there's a lot of stuff happening, just little jobs and little things that are happening and things that are being kicked up, which is all connected to him retiring. It's such a big shift in our family. So, yeah, that is a bit of a weird one to explain, but that's why I'm not able to get to bed at the usual time. There's all these little bits happening, which means I get to bed later, which means I get up later, which means Unseen is delayed. But at least we're still doing it. At least we're still getting Unseen done, you know? I haven't sacrificed it or anything. It might be delayed. I might not get a chance to do the timestamps at the moment. You know, the other day I didn't really get a chance to even flip and share it to Twitter. I literally uploaded it, shut my computer down and went off to do whatever. So I didn't even get a chance to sit here and share it over on Twitter and all that sort of stuff. So it is a little rough around the edges at the moment. It's a little bit bumpy, but it's only temporary. And it should settle down. And once it settles down, then we might even be in a better place than we've ever been. As I said, with him being off and him being free, that is really going to provide some opportunity to get some stuff done. So, don't know. That might be one for the members where we talk about what can we get my dad to do? What can we get my dad to do? If only he knew how to edit videos, he could go off and film toy hunts and stuff like that. But I don't think he's interested in that. I get it. Daze is losing his smash pad at his dad's hotel, says William. Do you know, I really never took advantage of him being the hotel manager. I could probably count on one hand the amount of times I've actually stayed in one of his hotels, like, because I've never needed to be in those areas. He used to have one in Rotherham, which is quite close to Sheffield's. I used to have one in Telford, but we live literally half an hour away from Telford's. The one he's got at the moment is in the Lake District, which is very beautiful. It's a place where you can go walking, and it's like rolling hills, and it's very, you know, picturesque. Lots of people go there to go for walks and see the wildlife. You know, the people go to his hotel just to look at red squirrels. There's not many red squirrels left in the UK. It's all the kind of grey ones that have took over. But there's loads of red squirrels where my dad's... And so people actually go to his hotel just to go and see the red squirrels. It's that kind of weird, quirky thing. It's a decent-sized hotel. I think it's got like 80, 100 bedrooms type situation. It's a proper hotel. But, yeah, I could probably count on one hand the amount of time I've actually stayed there. Wrestle Anthony said, Daze, get him to stream Coronation Street. He loves, he is like, he's kind of like a businessman, of course, so he's not really into like the soaps. He'll watch Channel 5. He loves true crime, and, you know, I think in a different life, he would have loved to have been a lawyer. He would have loved to have been a lawyer and a solicitor, and he's a very clever man. I have no idea how he's my dad. I must be just eternal embarrassment to him. He wants to be like a lawyer, and, you know, like doesn't really watch sports. He likes reggae music. Like, he can be fun. There is a bit of fun in him, but he likes soul. He loves like the Supremes. He loves Diana Ross. He loves you know, 70s kind of music. That was his era, of course. But he loves reggae, Marley. He loves Marley. Loves John Holt. But, so he is, you know, he's not, like, into classical or anything. But, yeah, he is someone which, when it comes to TV shows, what does he watch on TV? He loved Cagney and Lacey back in the day. He loves, like, police, true crime. He loves all that now. He really enjoyed Breaking Bad, actually. I told him about Breaking Bad. I was like, give this a watch, and he really enjoyed that. And he recently tried Walking Dead, but he wasn't a fan. It wasn't for him. I didn't think he'd like it, but yeah, it wasn't for him. So yeah, he's not a Coronation Street bloke. That's not quite his bag. I think the sale starts this week. I know there's going to be exclusive seats for sale, said Alex. Daze's dad, bring him on the stream, said A. Jobson. He knows nothing about wrestling, honestly. No interest whatsoever. Although, fair play to him, he did go with me to NXT in Royal Albert Hall. So he loves London. He used to work in London. He loves it. He loves the history of it and all of that. So when I said about I was going to the Royal Albert Hall and I was going to go on my own, he was like, oh, I love London. I'll go with you. And I was like, okay, yeah. Are you coming to the show? It's at the Royal Albert Hall. He was like, I have never been in the Royal Albert Hall. Yeah, let's go. Let's do it. So I ended up going with him to London, to the Royal Albert Hall. He couldn't give a flip about the wrestling. Did not care at all. He was very good, though, because he watched it and he applauded and he was, showing respect. Can't be down on it. Do you know what I mean? It's like if I got took to a musical and I had to sit for a musical, if I'm going to sit there, be polite, watch it, applaud at the points or do whatever I need to do, can't fault the man. Cannot fault the man. But, he only went because it was London and it was the Royal Albert Hall. If it hadn't been those, I'm not sure he would have been as eager. But, he's not really a wrestling person. He's a Rasta, Dad said. Oh, he loves it. I grew up with UB40. Not literally. But if ever I was in the car with him, probably going to a car boot. I mean, probably going somewhere to buy stuff so he could sell it. If ever he's not doing stuff like that, he's buying and selling. Like, he just loves, trying to make money. That's a big motivation for him. Just trying. I think largely because it's always been a struggle. That he's always worked hard and he's always tried hard to make money. And so if he wasn't working at the hotel and he was off for the weekend, we'd probably be going to a car boot sale or a garage sale type thing to try and see if he could find anything that he could then sell. And if ever we're in the car, it's probably UB40 that's going to be played. So I was brought up with like UB40, Bob Marley. As I said, he loves soul music. He loves Diana Ross. He loves the Supremes. He loves Dionne Warwick. He loves Whitney Houston. All that kind of stuff. So there's some cool bones. He's got some cool vibes to him. I don't want to paint the complete wrong picture that he's a complete boomer like me. He is a boomer, though, of course. Daze, maybe you could replace Tommy with your dad, or he could be a special guest. I honestly could not tell you how much he would hate that. He has absolutely no interest in... you have never met someone before that hates their picture being taken as much as him. Just trying to get a picture with my dad is a nightmare. He will do it if I bully him into it. Because I normally say something like, when you're gone, I'm going to want to look back at pictures of you. So, do this for me, would you? And, that'll probably end up doing it. He'll probably do it then. Other than that, there ain't no way that you're getting a picture out of my dad. So him actually being like, this is why he's never been in a video. Asked my mom to be in a video. She's like, okay, yeah. She's like, yeah, all right. Oh, that sounds good. That sounds fun. Asked my dad, and he honestly be like, shocked. He'd be shocked that I even asked. Horrified. So I really wouldn't get your hopes up in that regards. Just imagine me. I don't even know how much older than me he is. Like, imagine me like 25, 30 years older. Not fun. And that's probably not hard, is it really? Imagine me 30 years older, not fun. And plenty of people will be like, we've got that now. That's not hard to imagine. I'm seeing it in front of me right now. You shut up. Right, here we go. NXT. Right. Pee off. I'm not getting in a video. I don't even know that he would say that to me, honestly. He might just walk away. Right, let's go. Let's go. Yeah, my mum's terrified. She doesn't know how the marriage is going to survive, even though they've been married since 1977. She doesn't know how the marriage is going to survive. She's lived on her own basically since the 80s, with him working away from home like during the week. Now he's going to be around every day. It's a big change, actually, if you think about it. I'll be so sad if they get divorced. Right. There is Happy Wednesday. We've got No Quarter Catch Crew. There's Obafemi. Nita Nitro said, Daze, I think I love your dad. He is quite lovable, actually. He is no nonsense, though, to be honest. He is that kind of businessman. He'll tell you exactly, you know. He'll tell you exactly as it is. There's no faffing with him. Okay, what have we got here? It is... Who's that boomer? Is that Jordan? No. It's Ricky. Ricky Saints has arrived. All right, we're going to start with Ricky. That's kind of cool, isn't it? That's really cool how he's walked out the car, gone straight into the entranceway and just come walking out. That journey from the car to the entranceway is really short. I've seen them do that journey before, but they normally get dropped off over the other side. They have to kind of walk around the back of the crowds. So I was quite confused then when he got out the car, came through that door and was right there. Nita Nitro said, my parents are the same. They were married 40 years. They have fights now, and it's hilarious because they both blow up and then laugh about it. It's only because they spend so much time together. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, honestly. Metal Mama, shout out to you, my friends. Football Talk said, Daze, when were you fun? Just joking. Well, I was just kind of hoping that if I said it, people would just agree. I was kind of hoping if I went, yeah, you know, like how I'm really fun, and, you know, people would be like, but they'd just like move on from it, you know. Ricky has come out and he's jumped onto commentary. So we're going straight into this triple threat match. So triple threat match coming up. Let's go. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so we've got Javon and we've got Sean and we've got Adonis. This could be a really fun match, actually. Just a fun way to kind of kick off NXT. I've not watched NXT since Stand and Deliver, said Tom. I've always fallen asleep and I forget to catch up. Noctivux said, give it a week and your mum will tell your dad to go get a job. She's already told him. He already wants to find a little part-time thing. He is not someone I think going to do retirement very well, honestly. I don't know what he'll end up doing. But, yeah, I could see him doing something, but I just don't know what that's going to be. I can't see him working in a shop. I just don't know. Sean coming down and on the edge of the ring. He's got a little bit of support here. Come on, let's go. Sean Legacy, he's an indie talent, so this guy can go. We've been watching him on Evolve. He does all right on Evolve, but there was a performance a couple of weeks ago really grabbed attention. He was really good a couple of weeks ago. Here's Ashante, the Adonis. Yes, yes. We're dancing away in the entranceway here. Oh, hello. Oh, planted is she? Whoa! Come here, come here. Oh. Imagine if she's not planted. I mean, she totally is, but I'd love it if her partner was with her now going, the hell was that? You're going to do me like that on TV? Ashante is in the ring. They're talking about his jacket. Oh, he throws that jacket at Javon. Ashante nicked Council Mom's dressing gown, said Tom. Better be a plant or he's in a lot of trouble, said Scottish Nightmare. Alex said, I feel like Ashante has the same character for like 4 years. Well, that kind of kissing someone in the crowd, we did that with Los Lotharios, and it didn't really work very well for them. Okay, duck underneath, roll up. Nick said, Daze, your dad could be your manager. He could arrange personal appearances. You wouldn't have to pay him because he's your dad. I have a business manager. He's a bear called Edward Woodson. I don't think that there's kind of enough stuff that we do where we like need a business manager. I don't think there's much business. So I don't think we're quite in need of that. But yeah, no, he could definitely look into much. He could definitely help me try and get on top of emails. Do you know what I mean? He could definitely do... There's bits he can do, definitely. And listen, as long as it doesn't require him being on camera, I think he's more than happy to help out, you know. Give him something to do. So that's why any kind of sloppiness or anything that feels a little bit off at the moment, there's a reason for it. And it should obviously get much better and actually could get really good later this year. I think we'll let him have a rest first after retiring after 50 years work, you know. We'll let him have a couple of days. Ashante is up top, comes down on Javon. Is Ethan going to weasel his way into a match with Ricky, said Dr. Luchalala. Yeah, I'm expecting that. Sean goes over, lovely standing drop kick there by Ashante. In comes Javon. Javon going over against the ropes. Takes Ashante over. Nice standing drop kick there by Javon. Ashante on the outside. Sean Legacy on the outside. Young OG on his feet. In the ring. Lovely big shot there by Javon. Javon is back against the ropes, coming over, goes underneath that bottom rope. Ashante goes into the edge of the ring. Here's Javon coming in. Little bit of a kick coming in there by Javon. Goes up, over, lands on the feet. He's going to go big air. Whoa! Flipping over shots. Yeah, look at Ricky Saints. Proper shocked. Look at Javon. Yeah, let's go, man. Let's go. Look at the crowd as well. Crowd are really fired up. Have you ever been in the ring with someone as physically gifted as Javon? Chop coming in there by Javon. He's come from the Indies. He's got the tenacity. He's got that dog in him. Evans getting back in the ring. We are at commercial break, but the action continuing as Evans is down. Ashante's in the ring as well. Ethan can ask The Rock if he could get a title chance, said Odyssey. We signed my dad up for cooking class, said Trini. Grill Masters. He wanted to learn. He was driving my stepmom crazy. We signed him up and even arranged transport. Do you know, it's really funny you should say that. Do you know one thing he's actually said to me that he would like to do? And I was like, what? And he was like, I really want to explore the air fryer. And I was like, what are you on about? Oh, man, what do you mean? What do you mean you want to explore the air fryer? What do you mean? Open the drawer, have a look inside. He was like, no, it can do so much stuff. It's like you can bake with it and you can do like loads of bits. He's like, I saw videos about like all the different things you can do. Like, in all fairness, with our air fryer, we put chips in there, or we put a bit of chicken in there, or a bit of fish in there. We don't do anything that adventurous. I think the point he was making is that you can do fajitas and you can do all this kind of stuff with air fryers. And he was like, I really want to, go out, get ingredients and... I want to explore what the air fryer can do. I'm like, all right, boomer. do you? I'll happily try the stuff that gets made after, but if that's your great plan for when you retire, I mean, honestly, that is where he is. Though he's like, he doesn't know what to do. Poor man's just going to be flipping, trying to cook stuff in an air fryer. He's gone from running hotels to now cracking eggs into an air fryer. It's a hell of a drop-off. It needs to be studied. It's a bigger drop-off than Solo Sokoa. So, Trini, it is really funny you should say that because, yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing that he's had in his mind as well. Exploring the flipping air fryer. Did he like it, Trini? The culinary classes? I think it's a good idea. DDT there by Ashante. I got an air fryer, said Geordie. It makes food taste like cardboard. I haven't used it since. It makes your food taste like cardboards. Oh, Spinebuster. One double pin there by Ashante. Okay, we're back from commercial break. You're doing it wrong. I think air fryers are great. I use it all the time. Like chicken and everything comes out great, quite moist actually. Did you use it right, Geordie Jordan? Here we go, trying to come in. Boom, went for a super kick, gets caught. Big boot there by Ashante. Oh, Superman by Javon. Another big boot there by Sean Legacy. Oh, Javon, oh, lovely kick. Great action. Javon's really shining. Big clothesline there by Ashante. Javon goes down. Sean Legacy. Boom. Springboard drop kick. That was great. That was great. Legacy chance breakout. Do you know what? Legacy is showing that he really belongs here. He is not out of place in this match at all. Legacy is not out of place here at all. NXT know that though, don't they? He loved it, Daze. And my dad made some friends. Oh, cooking friends. Here we go. Against the ropes. Javon. Oh. 1, 2. Save there by Ashante. Ashante goes through the ropes to the outside. Here's Legacy. Over the other side. Up, over. Comes down. Oh, that's good. I'm glad he enjoyed it. It's got me thinking whether my dad would enjoy that. I think he would. I don't think he's making many friends standing by our air fryer in the kitchen. Here we go. We've got Javon up top with Sean. Looking for a... Whoa! Amazing! Hurricanrana! Huge! Oh, my God. Put the world title on him. Flipping hell. Ashante! 2! Oh, Javon! Oh, my God. This match is cooking. Javon is cooking. Oh, God. It's Javon. Is Javon one of the friends that your dad made? Because Javon's cooking as well. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Trini, is Javon Evans your dad? because he's cooking. So lovely how we can bring two conversations together, isn't it? Lovely shot there by Ashante. Shot coming back by Javon as well. Javon unloading in the middle of the ring. It's been, oh my God! Hit him so hard. Some of his beads came off. Oh, mate. I thought there was going to be more of a receipt there, but duck underneath, round the back into a DD. Spikes him. Spikes him. Kip up there by a big super kick. Ashante. Everyone has shone. Legacy. Only just, mate. 1, 2. Be quick, be quick, be quick. Quickly, quickly. He could have counted 3 there, that ref. To be honest, he could have counted 3. There's loud legacy chants. Brody said this match is fire. Fire. He couldn't have counted any slower, said Tot. It was 1, 2. Cutter by Evans. Against the ropes. Bottom rope. I love that move. Bouncing off the bottom rope into a German. Yeah, he is unreal. He is unbelievable. He's everywhere as well. I feel like I'm watching Javon Evans after he's had like 5 cups of coffee as well. Javon Evans is bonkers at the best of times, but he's gone next level here. This is such a big MVP performance out of him. 1, 2, he deserved to win that there. He deserved to win. I feel like the match probably could have just ended there. What else does this match need? Ethan attacking Ricky Saints. Some lovely looking shots there, actually. Vic Joseph on his feet. We do have a bit of carnage. They're perfect to jump on. Someone's jumping on them. Javon's jumping on them. Big air. Everyone goes down. Yeah. Oh, that's going to leave Ashante. He's going up top. Legacy down. Legacy moves. Legacy moves. Legacy with Ashante on his shoulders. He's going to put him away. Oh, my God. Legacy wins. Sean Legacy. Oh, my God. What a match. What a match. A shock winner. I did not expect Legacy to win this. We got Ethan and Ricky on the outsides. Javon Evans has just put in an MVP performance in that match as well. Insane. Everything about that was insane. Okay, Stevie and we're backstage. Here's the LFG winners. That was so good. We ate so well. Sign contracts. It's going to start tonight. He's going to make an impact on NXT and it starts tonight. She said we'll get you going in the next few weeks. Why would she say that's all right? If I worked in a company and I was the boss and I've got some new recruits and I say to them, right, we're going to get you going in the next few weeks, and one of them turned around to me and went, I'm going to make an impact and it's going to be tonight, my reaction would not be, okay. My reaction would be, no, hang on. Do you remember what I just said about how we're going to get you started in the next few weeks? Can you see what that says there? It says manager. Yeah? See that? These kids today, eh? These kids today. Although saying that, he is huge and he did have like a giant chain around his neck. So actually, probably what would have happened is I would have said, we're going to start you in a few weeks. He would say, I'm going to make an impact tonight. And I would have said, yes, sir. I'm very sorry. You do you. That's actually what would have happened. What's Legacy's finisher called? Looks like a KOD into a Stormbreaker. I can't remember, honestly. I've only seen him a couple of times. I don't know if they mentioned it on commentary. So I don't know. It's a good question. Ava never got any of her father's charisma. My guess is that part trickled down his leg. Carla. That's not how semen works. That's not how it works. So in the head of the sperm is like all the DNA and everything that goes into the egg and fertilizes it. But that means that all of the data within that kind of goes into the egg. Yeah. So it's not that she missed out on like personality. There might have been some other sperm that had like more charisma, but then, you know, it might have had less of something else, you know. Maybe she would have more charisma, but she'd be like a really evil person that punches puppies in the face. So I think you have to just be like satisfied with what you end up getting, honestly. So yeah, there's a personality in there. It's just, you know, maybe not as charismatic, but it's not like that sperm went away and that didn't. That's not how it works, silly. We'll do a full class on it later this week, where we go through sperm. We'll just go through sperm and eggs and fertilization. It's gonna be wild. It's gonna be the greatest watch along we've ever done. What if Ava got DNA of a rock or a pebble, says Mr. B. James said, maybe those puppies deserved it. Well, we can't rule that out, James. It's a good point. Some puppies can be annoying. Carla said, you're welcome, everyone. Daze is teaching us. Listen, I do have some purposes. Tony said, Daze, what if Javon's theme was reverted to HBK's song? He's a bouncy boy. That'd be pretty fun, actually. I think if he came dressed out as Halloween for Sean and did a version of it and changed it to bouncy boy instead of sexy boy, I think that'd be excellent. Trick is rapping next. Chief Gamer said, what are you talking about? Chief Gamer, don't worry, we're going to do a stream on it later in the week, right? We're talking sperm. We're talking eggs, yeah? Not the expensive kind. We're talking fertilization. We're talking fallopian tubes, yeah? Ovaries, testicles. We're covering it all. Not now. We got other things we need to do. You're welcome. We can go through it. Okay, we are back in 4 seconds. I've been born in money. Right, there are the... what is that? The hills? Are they the LA hills? I don't even know where we are. Are those the Hollywood hills? I don't know. Some hills. Who are you? Jordan. How you doing? What we doing? We're working out. What's this horrible song? What is this? It's one of the worst things I've ever heard. The top 3 free agents last year were Julia, Stephanie, and Jordan, and we all signed with NXT. Anyone else think this song sucks? This is a cringe song, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Who is it? I want to make sure I avoid it for the rest of my life. Jesus, he can't find it. It sucks so much Shazam can't even find it. No idea. It's probably Nikita Lyons. Okay, Lola, that's a slightly different look for Lola. She looks a little bit Mandy Rose-ish. You can see where she's been sunbathing. Here's Fatal Influence. Jasmine Nix has got a bit of an injury at the moment, which is why she's not around. Yeah, honestly, put Lola in like gold instead of black and we're very much in Mandy Rose neighborhood. Do we know why these two are arguing? Do we know as to why they're not getting along? I genuinely have no idea. It's like they've just decided they don't like each other. Oh, God. Oh, God. Please be good. Good. I'm going to call you what your mom calls you, Average Joe. Okay, well, that's the chorus. I'm never backing down to an Average Joe. I don't mind the chorus. Well, the crowd ain't helped him out much there, have they? I ain't never backing down to a show. Thank you. Thank you. I ain't never backing down to a Joe. Average Joe. Well, I'm still a fan of him. So that's good news, isn't it? I think it was good that they had that really cringe song play before we went to this. I mean, this feels better in comparison to that awful song Jordan Grace just had. This is brutal, says K-Dub. It's, I think it's very brave. Booker's trying hard, isn't he? Booker's trying hard to get it over. He's trying to jump in with his, we ain't ever doing it. We ain't going to back down, blah, blah, blah. He's trying to jump in and kind of reinforce what Trick's saying. He's on his feet, actually. Shucky ducky, says Booker. To be honest with you, I mean, like, I wasn't really listening to the lyrics in the verse, but I don't feel like there's much there that is like, oh, he's cooked him, you know? Joe Hendry's like, okay, the gloves are off. Are they? If I'm Joe Hendry, I'm like, that's you know, Jesus Christ. Trick Williams basically came out and just kept saying, I ain't never backing down to an average Joe. I mean, it's hard to sit here and go, oh, he's cooked, isn't it? It's hard to sit here and go, oh my God, he's just cooked him. Shucky ducky quack quack. If Joe Hendry sings to us right now, I'm going to leave, said Metal Mama. What was the rating of the three-way match? Oh, yeah, it came out as great, 79%. It's really good. It's really good. And it's deserved. Shall we... I'm not going to say anything, because I love Trick Williams, so do you know what I mean? Let's get a rap score. Did you think that was all-time? Did you think it was great? Did you think it was good, okay? Or did you think it was bad? What do you think? Let's go. That was the segment that we were a bit worried about last week. What did you think? I mean, you're just sat watching it at home. Do you know what I mean? So, be honest. Be honest. Daze, do you believe now? Well, I'm not going to speak about that segment because we're getting scores in. So, I don't want to influence anything. Right. We are at commercial break. Daze, I just got home from work. I missed the first segment. Did I miss much? Christopher, I normally like to banter and joke, right? Or at least try and fail. But you genuinely have missed a really enjoyable match. You haven't missed anything important. You've missed a rap. And you've missed a really genuinely good match, which the community scored great 79%. Javon versus Sean versus Ashante. Love hip-hop. It's the best music, says Sick Horror Kingman. Well, after hearing what I just heard, I agree. I think that I was really into guitar-based stuff before, but after hearing what I've just heard, I think hip-hop is the greatest form of music. I'm converted. Okay, Briggs making his way down. He sounded like Master P. Tell me when I'm lying, said Rascal. He's a big artist, Master P, isn't it? I remember seeing a video of him where he had like a mansion. He had a basketball court. He had his name written on the basketball court. He had his name in his swimming pool, and he's a seriously big artist, made tons of money. But he's not someone that people ever really think about when you talk about Tupac and B.I.G. and everything. Don't really ever talk about Master P. I don't think I could name a single song of his. But I have seen, I think it was Louis Theroux that actually went round his house. I think that's where I've seen that, you know. Do you remember when Louis Theroux did his rap? My money don't fold, it jiggles or whatever. That Louis Theroux chant. Well, that came from a documentary series he did called Weird Weekends. And he did one on rap, and he goes around Master P's house. Master P's from my home state, said Corey. Where's that, Corey? Where's that? Was it MTV Cribs? No, but that would make sense. He might have been on that. I'm fairly confident it was Louis Theroux, Weird Weekends, where he does he gets into the rap world, and then he does his rap, which really blew up on TikTok a couple of years ago. But actually, the episode's from 20 years ago or something. Sean Spears I think you spell it the other way though, don't you? Sean Spears versus Josh Briggs. Daze, you know Master P brought Snoop from Suge Knight for $1 million to come to his record label. My Master P knowledge is close to zero outside of I've seen his house, which is really weird, isn't it? My money don't jiggle jiggle, it folds. That's it. I like to make Daze wiggle wiggle, faux show. That's it, Dirty Hip. But I don't think those are the exact lyrics, but you're right. My money don't jiggle jiggle, it folds. There's another one about like cruising in my Fiat. You really should have seen it. I'm sure it's that episode. Or it picks him up. Master P was in WCW, leader of a faction called No Limit Soldiers. Features a very bland Chase Tatum and the entertaining Brad Armstrong. Nick, thank you. T-Pain is where it's at, said Alex. Nathan said, you have to fight for the right is my anthem. Well, I can deal with a bit of Beastie Boy conversation. Okay in that regard. But yeah, I'm not crazy knowledgeable when it comes to hip hop, but I can stumble my way through. Chop coming in there by Josh Briggs. Edge of the ring. Briggs, that's a nasty mark on his chest, isn't it? Maybe Sean Spears should go back to being Mr. 10, said Suzanne. 10. Right now we've got Briggs picking up Sean Spears, looking to drive him in the corner. Briggs goes into the ring post. Kader said someone needs to put Daze into more hip hop. Well, I mean, I've got a fair bit in my collection. I got a lot of Jay-Z albums, NWA, Tribe Called Quest. I really like the Low End Theory album that they did. I've got Beastie Boys albums, Paul's Boutique, and things along those lines. Obviously Eminem, Dre, Chronic, 2001. But to be honest with you, there's lots of classics I've not heard. Isn't the one Clips, Lord Willing or something? That's an album I always keep meaning to listen to because it keeps popping up in like best hip hop album lists. Same as Ghostface Killer. He's got an album that keeps popping up as well that I keep meaning to listen to. So there's definitely classics I have not got round to, but yeah, I think I've got top end stuff. I've got Kendrick stuff. Lovely shot. Listen, I think I show Cardi B more love than anyone else in this community. Yeah, so I'm not totally lost. But definitely there's a lot more hip-hop I could listen to and get into. I grew up on rap, says... rap. Do you know, recently I've been getting into a lot of R&B. I don't know if I've got any at the moment down here. I bought an album the other day, Kelly Price. I believe that's one I really want to listen to. I keep looking at like best lists of like best R&B, best hip hop. Keep trying to make sure I've got everything. Top end stuff, you know. Oh, Nico goes into the ring steps. Brooks Jensen is on the edge of the ring. Briggs is, oh my God! Izzy Dame! Big boots! Sean Spears, 2. Spears gets it. Izzy Dame with the big boots. Okay, let's do the poll. That means ending the rap poll. Here we go, the rap. It's done okay. It's hard to make out all the numbers, but yeah, no, it looks like Chick's done all right then. Okay, let's get another Sean Spears against who's coming out? Oh, Hank and Tank? Is that their music? Hank and Tank making their way down. Yeah, Hank and Tank heads. Get excited. Boom. Hank and Tank have made their way down. They've come to the rescue. Legends. There's Kelani. Need a big match out of her. When I beat Zaria tonight, I get a title shot on Sunday, says Kelani. I beat you 2 weeks ago and I'll do it again tonight, says Zaria. I wonder what's going to happen there, because surely Kelani's winning. Here's Chase U, Uriah Connors and Kale Dixon. Okay, there we go. Commercial break. Right, new hip-hop and R&B sucks. I love the old school stuff. There's some good new ones, but you have to really look for it, said the sick horror Kingman. Def Rebel are ironically deaf, hence the shiz music. Kelani looks like the bride of Frankenstein, said Rare Breeds. Ratty Fish said, where's Joe Hendry? Well, he'll be coming up later. They've got Chase U gear, said Alex. I love Sol Ruka. She is somewhat special, said Christopher. But Sol is hot, said Lewis. Dark State feel unimportant now, says A. Jobson. 3 weeks and nothing. Yeah, the hyper animus certainly settled down now, yes. Is there any update on the Riz? Nothing. No, nothing. I think she's in a very difficult position, honestly, because she needs to know what the story is. She can't really come out online and say, everything's good, I'm fine, and then the story is actually she was attacked. And, you know, she's been in hospital or something. I mean, it's difficult, that, isn't it? I mean, you really would need to check with creative to know what you can do with your social media, because you need to know what's happening with the story. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, she is radio silent. I've not seen anything. Let's have a look. Andri Ono Rizzo. Let's have a look and see if there is anything. NXT. I can't find it. I can't find her. I can find Anthony Rizzo. I just have them in my lists. So I just go down each day and see what the latest tweets are in like overall lists, and I've not seen anything out of her. Hey, look at this. The reviews are in. I think the reviews are in of the Trick Williams. Oh, Trick Williams calls out Joe Hendry's mom in savage Average Joe diss track. Yeah, I thought this was the case. You guys just don't know music. So you lot said it was bad 47%. And you all talk about how much you love hip-hop and everything. But actually, Ringside News have said that it was savage. And Ringside News, listen, they know hip-hop. If anyone knows hip-hop, it's these guys here. Yeah? I think they're all white and in their 40s. Like, they know hip-hop. Yeah? So they've listened to that and they've said that it was actually really savage. So Just do better in the future, you guys. Yeah, do better. When it comes to hip-hop. I wonder if there is any other... Here, look. I ain't never backing down from an average Joe. What did you guys think? What did you think? And literally no one's responded. Everyone is shocked right now. Everyone is shocked. They're like, I think Trick's just dropped this year's Not Like Us. And so there's no responses. So that's how good it was. That's how good it was. I ain't ever backing down to an average Joe. How did you like that performance? And they're laughing at how great it was. That was Sportskeeda. And they've said caca poo poo, which I think that's Spanish for like excellent, really good. So yeah, it's really, it's gone down really well on social media. Really well. Straight, let's talk about it. Trick Williams just went off. Oh my God, Tatum is so upset. Tatum's crying. Thea's got one eye. I think she lost another eye there. Here's Jada. Oh. Jada said, I feel bad for you. And Tatum was like, you do? And she was like, hell no. Well, there we go. I wonder if Thea and Tatum are going to join forces. And you ain't ever backing down to an average. Wow, look, guys. Fadeaway Media said Trick Williams' song Average Joe actually kind of slaps. What's going on here? What's this about? Imagine thinking this should be in better shape. He is out of his mind. What's this about? Guys, I need to do work. Let me click on this. What's this? First anniversary of Marigold will be held at the gymnasium. Utami, who holds the World Championship, will fight Mairi. Rossi Ogawa, the representative, has some complaints about Heya Shishisa's current situation. The match was good, but she should tone up a little bit. Utami has blossomed into one in Stardom, hasn't she? So I want to see her show a tone. Oh, this is all a bit uncomfortable, isn't it? I don't know. I don't approve of a fat wrestler. Who said this? Is this from Rossi? That's the guy in charge of Marigolds. I don't approve of a fat wrestler. Oh my God. She looks great. She looks great, by the way. Wow. See, you never know what you're going to find when you go on social media. Yeah, even Sean Ross Sapp's like, what? What? Yeah, even Crispy Wrestling's like, I ain't backing down from an average Joe. It's the big summer hit this year. Very exciting. Okay, here we go then. Chase U against OTM. Chase U versus OTM. Oh, I tell you what, that Rossi Agat, he would love what Gunther's become. He would love Gunther now that he's slim. He would love Slim Gunther. I love Fat Gunther. Damn, drama. What? Yeah, that's the guy in charge of Marigolds. I don't know what the culture's like over there. Perhaps you can get away with saying those things a bit more, but I don't think that's flying over in America in 2025. Right. It's time to eat. Let's talk about it. OTM Okay, we're in there with Connors. I believe that's Finley's son that's in the ring. Boom. Okay, trying to go over. He's going to make a tag. We got Chase on the outsides. Charging in, goes for a big boot. Oh, big clothesline. OTM in control. Going over. Tag being made. Bronco. Tagging in Price. Ah! Lucian Price. Yeah, this could be a big problem here. I think OTM might be about to get the win. 1, 2, 3, and they do. Very short match. Very short match. Not loads to that. The right team get the win, though. Definitely work for Andre Chase to do. Isn't it great how we could show such a pervy picture on stream and people aren't upset with me about it? Instead, they're like, I can't believe that guy said that. It's great, isn't it? We get to show pervy pictures and I don't get in trouble for it. Instead, we're all appalled at those comments. Daze, don't turn that song into a mind worm. I ain't an average Joe. I ain't back it. I don't remember it. Here's Miles Bourne. And here is Obafemi. Daze, just be looking at Uriah Connors. You would have no idea he was fitness. No, you're right. I ain't backing down from an average Daze, said Corey. Who knows what he actually said in Japanese and what they translated it into, said Johnny. That's true. He could have said it, and they might just be guessing that he said that. I don't think that's what's happened, though. I think that probably is what he has said. Oh, we've got the real deal. Zayda Steele meeting Mensa Tamstock. What's her name? Her name is Tyra May Steele, and her name is Zayda Steele. Oh, God, we got too many Steels around. She thinks she's the real deal. Oh, my God. Tyra May Steele and Zayda Steele. That is a problem. It's going to be fun, this. I'm looking forward to seeing her in WWE, seeing what she does. I haven't seen her in LFG, but flipping an Olympic gold medalist in the women's division. Let's go. Anyone else think the guy in the red tracksuit looks like Vector from Despicable Me, says Carla. Was that the look he was going for? No, but it should have been. Blue Well Sonic said, OTM pick up the win. It was a very squash match. Sonny, shout out to you. I hope you're doing well. Jen said, are you doing Evolve? Yes. I don't know that it's being shown on YouTube anymore. So if you are someone that enjoys it internationally, I would say get a VPN, sign up to Tubi. It's free. It's free. There's no charge. And do it that way. That's what I've done. I keep saying it. I only say it because I think people don't believe me. But I really do enjoy Evolve. It's gotten so good now that we can get to know some of the wrestlers. Now that, like, you know, you got Sean Legacy, you got Wendy Chu, you've got Zayda Steele, you got Swipe Right, you got Keanu Carver, you got Callie Armstrong, you got Kendall Gray. You can kind of go down a list of people that we've got to know over the past 4 or 5 weeks. And, of course, we're getting closer towards those championship matches as well. So, yeah, I like it. If they came over here, I would go and see them. I would go and see them. I would be in the crowd. I would be green shirt guy. I would be green shirt guy for Evolve if they ever came to the UK. Who was a victim because of WWE's budget cuts? Well, the people that got released, they were victims. Fans of those people, they were victims. There was a lot of very sad Dakota Kai fans, I can tell you that. In our community, a lot of people very disappointed that she was part of those cuts. So, yeah, there was a few. The fans. The talent, the fans, everyone. Evolve is fun, said Rare Breeds. It doesn't outstay its welcome, does it? It doesn't outstay it's like 40 odd minutes long. They get about 3 matches on there, 4 matches, a promo, all in 40 minutes. It's hard to hate because it's just so quick. And they've got some good talent. Tyra May is very hyper. She'll be perfect for NXT, said Johnny. Chase U is a long-lasting NXT gimmick, said Davids. I can't believe Evolve stopped airing on YouTube International. I know, it sucks. Sucks. Doesn't make it easier doing watch-alongs, you know. I mean, throw us a bone. Dun, 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 dun. I've still not got the stream set up for this weekend. Yeah, I heard this. So apparently they were struggling to sell tickets for the normal NXT. So they've refunded all the tickets, and now NXT is just going to be at the Performance Center next week. Here's Miles Bourne. That'll be disappointing for them. They were going to try and do it as like a big special Tuesday night show, but I think you're asking a lot for people in Tampa to buy tickets to go to SmackDown, Saturday night's main event, Battleground, Raw, and then a special NXT as well, you know? Gotta try these things, though, haven't you? Gotta try these things. It's a Tampa takeover. Boom. Bum, bum. Right. Oba and Miles, let's go. Oba and Miles, face to face. Oba Femi. It goes up on YouTube the day after. Yeah, sucks. Sucks. Would you like a 1-card tarot, Paul said Sonny. I'm okay. I've done that a lot of times now. Can you do a tarot pull for someone else, though? I'd like to know what they get. Do a tarot pull for James. I want to know what's in James's future. Maybe the new LFG guy will interfere. Yeah, well, he did say he was going to make an impression tonight, didn't he? I see you've come alone today. I don't know if that makes you stupid or brave. A lot of people didn't believe you would make it this far. He looks good in a suit, doesn't he? Fair play. Suited and booted. You know, we talk about look, and I do think Miles Bourne has a good look. I find it misleading. Life is cruel. Good things don't always happen to good people. This is not a Disney movie. I wonder if Oba has ever been to Disney World. I don't think he'd be that bothered. You kind of have to do it. How can you go to Florida and not go? But where's he going to go? Magic Kingdom. The bringer of war. Join the line. Join the list of victims. It's fine. Oba takes up a whole teacup. Imagine Oba on a teacup not having a good time, just sort of like spinning round like this. But he had to do it because he had to say he'd been to Disney World. You lived in Florida and you never went to Disney World. This is more than about just winning a title. They're obviously leaning into his disability, as you would understand, of course. Underestimate me, you wouldn't be the first. I proved everyone wrong. Did you see over there? Okay, boomer. I was wondering why Miles was concentrating on Oba so hard. Now I know why. He was reading lips. Every ruler falls. I might be hard of hearing, but everyone's going to hear the 1, 2, 3 when I shock the worlds. Good. I don't think there's anything mind-blowing there. I think it's a very generic, standard little exchange, but good. Yeah, it was good. It was absolutely fine. I'm really looking forward to seeing that match. I do think he's got a good look. He could be Jasper Troy. Oh. Yeah, so I don't think Ava's going to love that, is she? Why? Miles tries to help Oba up. That belt is down. He picks the belt up. He's having a look. Oba's like, give me my belt back. There we go. Yeah, I didn't really need that outside interference, to be honest. If I'm Ava, I'm livid. Oh, she's livid at these people as well. It's a nightmare, isn't it, for her, to be honest? There's just too many people to be livid at. Okay, sit down. Ricky and Ethan. She can't get a word in. How about put the title on the line? Big ego, small mind. So next week we're going to do Ricky versus Ethan for the title. But when does Sean get his shot? I don't understand. Do we know when Sean's getting his shot? Miles is so losing, said A. Jobson. Everyone wants to attack the top dog. Ava has got some attitude, said Heel Face. Tell him, Ava, said Wrestle Rants. There's Lola. Pop, 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 pop. Lola is in the ring. Here we go. Tomorrow, Harlem Lewis takes on Keanu Carver. We've been waiting for this match. They've been building this match for weeks. Two of the biggest men in Evolve. Okay. Keanu Carver against... You see, the thing is, though, that's not going to do much to get people to tune in, is it? If you don't watch Evolve, you're not going to be sat there watching and going... You're just going to be like, who are these two boomers? Keanu Carver against Harlem Lewis tomorrow, if you don't watch Evolve, it will mean nothing to you. But we do, so yay for us. You missed my cards. Oh, right, what did it say, Sonny? Days, I have posted James's cards. James, your card is the Ace of Wands. That is my nickname for him, actually. That he is known as the Ace of Wands in the local area. So, James, you're the Ace of Wands. Upright signifies new beginnings. Oh. Inspiration and a strong sense of creativity and passion. I knew that. I knew that James had passion pumping through those veins. It suggests an exciting time for new projects and embracing passions. So what are you called? The King of Wands. So the King of Wands, the Wand King, is going to start a new project soon. Oh my God. Something that he's very passionate about. Ooh, what's that? Dogging. I bet it's something like dogging. No, in the King of Wands. Only dogging. It could be like a website for people that like dogging, but, you know, it's just behind a paywall. So it's like OnlyFans, but it's just only dogging. Hey, there could be some money in that. Couldn't there? Could be some money in that. Where you arrange for people to watch other people making love. I'm going to say making love so I don't get cancelled. And, you know, it's all consensual. It's all allowed. It's all above boards. Is it illegal? It might be illegal because you don't want kids walking by. Do you know what I mean? You never know if at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning down a country lane, if a child is going to come walking by. And if they did, and they were like, why is that car rocking? You don't want them going up to the windows, do you really? To have a little look inside. So I could imagine it being illegal in that regard. But realistically, that's probably only going to happen a handful of times. So I don't see why there should be any legal issues, but, you know, that's something to have a look into. So, yeah, the King of Wands has got a new passion project. And my money would be on something along those lines. I'm just saying, imagine if there was an app and you could press on it and it would be like, well, this is a very vibrant area for watching people make love. And you'd be like, oh, darling, would you like to go there this Sunday? Apparently the meetup is at 2 a.m. and it goes on till 5. It is bring your own drinks, but that's fine. And it says you can take part if you want to. So, do you know what I mean? Could be like toilet information and stuff like that. And be like, okay, well, that one's only got 3 stars. Go over here, what's a bit further over. And you could be like, oh, this one's actually higher rated. And it looks like there's a few more people that go. I just think there could be some value to that. I don't know. listen, if you want to run with that, I'm happy to let that idea go. Here's Tony. Let's see what Tony is talking about. He's going to be facing Stacks soon. I think that's this weekend, isn't it? Stacks, you mother... Here we go. I tried. There's the Riz. I mean, not now, in the past. I thought we were built the same. I brought you into NXT. You wanted all the glory. I get it. You don't get it, though. You only see what I allowed you to see. Yeah, man. This is good. I'm breaking your face. Tony versus Stacks. Nick said, when I worked at a petrol station, we used to have a back car park, and it was a dogging hotspot. Get it on the app. Get it on the app. If it's good, give it a Dave Meltzer 5 stars. I've heard the car park outside the Tokyo Dome is 5 stars. I love the idea of Dave Meltzer rating dogging places, but that's maybe not a conversation for now. Let's go into next match. This is going to be Lola Vice versus Fallon Henley. Now, I'm thinking Lola wins, and I'm thinking JC is probably not going to be very helpful here to Fallon. Fallon is making her way down to the ring. James, just a bit there for you to think about, but good luck with the new project. Am I the only one that doesn't care about Tony Stacks? Oh, I think it's quite good, honestly. I think it's quite good. Rob said, if we look and find a series called The Dogging Days of Summer, don't be surprised. I think there was a TV series that was on dogging, you know. Kind of had a look at the seedy, illegal underworld. I mean, not that I watched it, not that I was aware of it or anything. You know, I just think there was. That's all. Ignore that. Right, we are underway. NXT's women division is smouldering hot, says K-Dub. Corey said the app name could be Raw Dogs. Oh, I like that because it kind of makes it wrestling related. We could have a tag team called Raw Dogs. And their finishing move could be Raw Dogging. This community really does have some great ideas. Kick coming in there by Lola. And again, but leg caught. Oh, lovely. Lovely little trip there. Fallon down. JC on the outside. Show me you can be a leader, Fallon. God, who needs enemies when you got friends like this? Again, trying to take down Fallon, trying to work on the leg. Again, keeping her grounded. Where is the third member of Fatal Influence? Jim, hope you're doing well, mate. Apparently she's injured at the moment. So she's just off TV, but she's not expected to be off too long. Fallon is down. Knee on the head at the moment. She's being kept grounded as Lola's just pulling back on that arm. JC on the outside of the ring. Fallon getting to her knees, trying to get back up to her feet. She gets back up to her feet. Oh, again, down goes Lola. Fallon back up, going over. Another big shot coming in there by Fallon. Oh, nothing has really reached the dizzying heights of that amazing opening match. That was so good. Rob said the Raw Dogs have got a special hold. It's called the Cuck Hold. Going over in the corner. Again, over against the ropes. Looking for a hip toss. No, roll through. Oh, that was really good. That was really good. That was lovely work by Lola, trying to get that armbar on. That was really good. I need to see it again, but it was like she was trying to, like, hip toss her, but instead she dropped her down, and because she'd been trying to hip toss her, her arm was free. So as she dropped down, she was, like, straight into the armbar. It was a lovely little reversal. Right now, Fallon to the outside. Lola coming over, grabbing Fallon. No joy. Over against, like, boot to the side of the head. That match is why we need Javon versus Legacy 1-on-1, said Vic. Right now, we've got Lola down. JC is like, well done. Well done. You're doing well. Okay, commercial break. Are we staying with the action? We are. I think you should just tell someone in the crowd to shut the hell up. Daze, which NXT specials do we like? New Year's Eve or Great American Bash? Halloween Havoc? I don't really have a preference, honestly. I'm not crazy about Halloween Havoc. I think they can get a little silly. I don't mind entertainment and a bit of fun, but I don't know. I think they can get, like, really cross the line and just become a bit silly. But spin the wheel, make the deal's pretty fun, isn't it? I always enjoyed, I don't know if it was a special, I think it might have been a PLE actually, was In Your House. I mean, obviously that's new generation vibes, isn't it? Which is just brilliant for me. So yeah, In Your House would be probably the one I would pick. It gives me, I wish we had got some more new generation talent in. I think we could do something really fun with that if we was to do it again. But I think the truth is that nostalgia, it doesn't. I don't know that it massively translates to ratings. So it's kind of fun. It's something a bit different, but yeah, I don't know that it ever did anything that great numbers wise, you know. But that's the one that probably stands out to me because I love early mid-90s stuff. I say mid-90s. 95's a struggle. Right, we're still at commercial break. The wheel for Halloween Havoc is always fun, said Mitchell. They weren't that good. The PLEs were better, said Rare Breeds. I know that Bash at the Beach 2000 was a disaster, said Suzanne. I think a lot of the WCW stuff in like 2000, 2001 was a disaster. It was kind of really done by that point. I mean, they had very much fallen behind. And they're done by 2001. I've never been a fan of Fatal Influence, said Dr. Lucha Lala, since Fallon joined. I like Fallon on her own better. Yeah, I agree. This isn't it. Right now, she is in control. We got 50-odd seconds to go. We got 40 minutes left. Nice takeover there by Lola. Tries to throw in a kick. Nice roll up there by Fallon. No joy. Boot coming in by Fallon. Lola goes down. Fallon over against the ropes. So at the moment, she is slowly taking her time. There's a shot coming into the back of the head. And right now, she's getting Lola down. Yeah, she's still keeping her grounded at the moment. So NXT Tampa cancelled. That was announced kind of earlier in the show. It's understandable, to be honest. As we said, it's very hard to kind of sell out so many shows in Tampa. That Tampa weekend was probably just a little bit too ambitious. Boot coming in, roll up. 1, 2. Right now, Lola. Quick kicks. Bang, bang. That looked good. Right now, Fallon against the ropes. Over the other side. Another kick coming into the midsection. This feels very much like A-Town Down Under, where you've got one member in the ring getting kind of beating up the other one on the outside, like... Forearm shot there by Fallon, though. She's starting to come back. Pushes her away. Lola. No. Misses. Oh, drop down. Fallon against the ropes. Big shot. Lola down. Going for the pin. 1, 2. No joy. No joy. Crowd a little quiet for this at the moment. Who do we think's going to dethrone Oba? You can't say Trick, says James. I think Ricky Starks might be my pick. I think Giovanna's got a chance. I don't know what we're going to do with Ethan, but, you know, Ethan's still in the mix as well. But, yeah, that's that next layer, isn't it? That's that next level. I think Ricky Saints, he's going to have a good title run with that top title. It's just, when do we pull the trigger on it? Sooner or later. Is it just going to be a bit too soon? I don't think it's miles. Forearm shot coming in. There's still Tony that's around. Tony's the person that beat Oba when Oba was mid-card champ. So, you know, can't rule out Tony. Maybe if Tony comes out of a really good feud with Stacks and has got loads of momentum, maybe that propels him onto the title. Who do you think, James? Who do you think, chat? Hannah said, I was seeing a list of women who have been in NXT for a long time. JC, Nikita, Wendy. Do we think they're ready for the main roster and not take Kiana away? No, honestly. I mean, I don't know that JC has really found a character or anything that's going to really, like, translate. Wendy's got a gimmick, but I think they need to decide if it's a gimmick they like or not, because she's very committed to it. But I don't know, do they need it on the main roster? If not, then we'll give her something else to do. You're just wasting her time. She's a very good character performer. So if you're not going to have her doing the Wendy Chu thing, then, well, find something else. Stop wasting her time. Unfortunately, she's finding herself on Evolve, and I don't know if she's there because they need a decent-sized star, or if they just really have nothing for her on NXT. It might be a bit of both. 1, 2. No joy. I feel like this match has been going on a little bit too long. Is that Bloods? Or what's coming out of her mouth? Nikita definitely know her injuries have really got in the way. Knee coming into the midsection. And again, trying to go down. Looking for the arm. No joy. Trying to get that. JC's got on the edge of the ring. JC's on the edge of the ring. No joy. Lola. Shot to the midsection. JC on the ropes. Fallon, no. Fallon goes into JC. Spinning back fit. That'll do it. 1, 2, 3. I felt like that was a little bit long, you know. Okay, so, yeah, not a surprise. It's Lola that gets the win. Fallon and JC get in each other's way. Let's get the match score. Bang. That spinning back fist is so good. Okay, so we got JC and Fallon arguing on the outside of the ring. It's a bit of blood on the elbow of JC. I don't know how she's managed to cut her elbow. Okay, we're going to hear from Stephanie. She is backstage. Being La Primera does not come without sacrifice. That's interesting, isn't it? Stephanie had her first tryout in Chile in 2018, but she wasn't ready. I slept on kitchen floors and I cleaned people's shoes. I sweat, I cried, I bled. It is true, isn't it? I mean, you just don't see the work that goes into these stars getting to where they are now. Being in NXT has been a dream come true. It's all been worth it. It's going to be really good on Sunday, isn't it? It's going to be a hell of a match. Jordan Grace against Stephanie. It's going to be a hell of a match. To be the best luchadora, I went through hell. Jordan conquered championships, but I conquered continents. I think she said continents, not incontinence, because that's very different. Although if she has conquered that, that is great news. Okay, here's Kelani. She doesn't do the crown thing anymore. And I think that's why I hate her now. Let's have a look. Maybe she's brought it back. Do the crown thing. Oh. Goddamn. Commercial break. Fatal Influence clearly feels like a breakup is coming, but I feel that isn't necessary. Main roster could use an all-female faction, says A. Jobson. The interviewer made an interesting style choice. Dye your hair that colour, then that shade of fake tan, then that outfit. She sure stuck with that same theme of orange, says Rob. I can't say I noticed, to be honest, but I'm going to take your word for that. Right. Daze, I feel like this show started awesome and has dropped off a cliff. Yeah, I think that's the problem, isn't it? When you start with such a hot open, such an amazing match. I mean, what we opened with tonight was something really special. I mean, genuinely one of the best NXT TV matches. Not NXT matches, but I mean, it's probably in that bracket. but one of the best TV NXT matches of the year. So good. I mean, you lot scored it great. 79%. I mean, it's good. It's in the great range, and it's quite high as well. So, I think anything after that was going to be a come down. But I think the come down after has been substantial. I mean, I think we followed that up with the trick rap. We went from great 79 to bad 47. Now that's a drop, isn't it? That is quite a drop. To go from, say, good 100 to good 90 or something like that. But to go from great 79 to bad 47. And then after that, Shawn Spears Briggs, good 91. OTM Chase U, good 96. This looks like it's going to come out as a good rating as well. We just have not been able to follow up that opening match. And I just don't know. I don't know what the right thing to do is. I mean, should they have saved that for later in the show? Has it just completely overshadowed everything? But then it gave you such a great platform to build on, and we just have not built on it. So, I don't know. It's a tricky one. I mean, I suppose just be grateful we've had that match this week. This week cannot be deemed a terrible week, a disaster, or anything like that, because we got that opening match. And it was a decent length of time as well. It didn't need any more time. It was long enough. But, yeah. We're struggling to follow it up with anything. And I don't think Fallon Lola did it. In fact, we can end that and see what the score was. I can see that Good is in the lead. Good, 69, great, 20, bad, 3. That's good 97. Good 97. OTM Chase U, good 96. Shawn Spears against Briggs, good 91. Javon, Sean Ashante, great 79. Here's Dark State. Dark State. I do like Saquon. It's like flipping NWO. Bow, bow, bow. Dion Lennox. I like Lennox. Cutler James. Yeah, this is the one that doesn't fit. Osiris. I find this hard to follow because they're not talking about themselves. They're talking about the next person they're going to pass over to, but you don't know who they're about to pass over to. So it's like when this guy speaks, everyone follows, blah, 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 blah. And you've got to remember what's said because then they go Saquon or whatever. And it's like, okay, so you was just talking about, so can't you just have spoke about yourself? I think it doesn't matter. I think we tried to do something a bit different there, and I found it a bit confusing. I don't feel like I've learnt anything there. I like the idea of it, though. I get it. I get what they were going for. And it is the kind of thing they should do, because I want to learn more about the Dark State members. Cutler don't fit. He just don't fit. I'm not having it. I've seen enough. I've seen enough. There's Kelani. Daze, more names for the writing team. Boomer, T, Perv, Angle, Daisy the Boomer, Lola, and Daze Mastiff. Dark State's promo need work, but it's a good disruption. There's some up there. I think it's really positive, because I don't look at it and go, oh, God, these guys. No, I want it to work. And I think Saquon is so charismatic. I like Dion Lennox. I don't know much about Cyrus. Cutler does not fit for me. But there's enough there whereby I want to learn more about them. So yeah, no, it's not a bad thing. Here's Sol Ruka. Here's Zaria. We got about 24 minutes left to go in this week's NXT. And I don't know if we know what the closing segment is. The promo was very NWO, said Nathan. Having NBA beep in the games. We didn't effing want this shiz, said James. Yeah, there was just a little recap of Tyrese Halliburton being in the game. There's Kelani. Okay, I'm really dialed into this, because on the preview we said this match needs to give us something. It's not Kelani versus Kelani. It's Kelani versus Zaria. In many ways, we do fight ourselves. Mackenzie said Cutler was on LFG and didn't win an NXT TV. Oh, really? Well, he cheated then. That's cheating. You shouldn't be allowed. We've got lots of super chats we need to get to. We will get to them, my friends. Let's keep an eye on this first. Zaria goes to the outsides. Here is Kelani trying to go up over the top. Again, that's not... Okay, into the ring steps. You know, when you see someone like Javon do a spin and cross to the outside, it's got height to it, and he's rotating, and it's crisp, and it's good. That's good. Crossbody there was good in the ring. That one to the outside by Kelani, she hit it. It was there, but it's like 7, 8 out of 10. It's okay. That's okay. Kelani against the ropes. Crossbody, rolled through. Getting picked up here by Zaria. She's got her on her shoulders. Showing the strength. Kelani, nice. Sleeper hold is in. She's going back to the corner. No joy at the moment. That sleeper hold is still being applied. She breaks it. Zaria, middle of the ring, charging in. Kelani moves out the way. That was good. Good intention. Yeah, no, Zaria moves out the way, blocks it, shot coming in. Oof. There's a bit more intensity. That's good. There's a bit more intensity here from Kelani. It's better. Edge of the ring, jump. No, gets caught. Unfortunate. She's going to go in the barricades. Bah! Yes. Even Sol Ruka is kind of shocked. You are crazy. Okay. That was okay. Right. William said, Daze, what do we think they're going to do with Sammy and that situation? What situation, blood? Which one? So, Sammy is in a tag match. And I expect them to lose. I think there is a chance he could turn heel at some point this year. It's been a couple of moments where it's been teased. There's a few people thinking it might be this weekend. But honestly, I don't know if they're not going to just tease it a little bit more. You know that Triple H likes dragging his heels. So there is a chance that Sami turns heel this weekend, but I don't know. I would not be shocked if he didn't. I wouldn't be shocked if we're all sat there going, oh, I thought he was going to do something this weekend. He flipping doesn't. How long have we been waiting for Dom and Finn to go against each other? How long have we been waiting for A-Town Down Under to flipping split? Do you know what I mean? I just feel like these things get dragged out. And so, I don't know. Maybe because we've got to get some pieces in place. Maybe he'll move a bit quicker, but I don't know. There's a chance, a definite chance, but I can't say that it's like definitely happening, he's going to turn or anything like that. So I'm thinking that's what you're referring to when you talk of Sami. JP Ville said, I think to get momentum back, you've got to get back and do another feed your head type hunt. I think if the Wyatt Six are going to get some momentum back, you just need to get them on TV, give them wins, give them good promos, make people care. I don't think you have to do anything big or epic or anything. I think you just need to get going with them. If you get them on TV and do some good promos, have some good matches, and people are like, yeah, I like these are pretty good actually. Wyatt Six are not bad, you know. Like that is getting momentum because all of a sudden people are, okay, yeah, we're doing something. This is what it should have been like last year. And then you've got a bit of something going, haven't you? So I think it's not. It doesn't have to be rocket science. It doesn't have to be any sort of big story. Like just good segments, good promos, good matches. Like that goes a long way. That goes a long way. I don't think it needs a whole new campaign or anything, you know. That's great by Zaria. I do like that. Zaria standing in the corner, grabbing Kelani. She was standing on that middle rope. She picked her up. That could be a really sick finishing move. Calling it something like the Hangman's Noose. Applying it like that and then like picking her up so her legs are like dangling. She's being like choked out. Right now, she's got her in a, look at this, camel clutch applied. It's in. Let's go. We're back in 20-odd seconds. WrestleBuzz said, Daze, I appreciate all you do. WrestleBuzz, thank you, my friends. I appreciate everyone that's joining us. You certainly don't have to be here for NXT. You do have to be here for Raw and SmackDown. That is legally an obligation. But you don't have to be here for NXT, so... Oh, big knee to the midsection. Carla said, for all the hard work, love you. Carla, thank you, my friends. Again, really appreciate the support. You don't have to be here. But you do for Raw and SmackDown. And you do this weekend. We've got 2 streams, one on Saturday, one on Sunday. You have to be here for those. Shoulder to the midsection. Going over, trying to get Zaria down. Zaria grabs Kelani. No, on her feet. Ooh, drop kick to the legs. Yeah, into a DDT. Okay, I see you. Mackenzie said, Javon to teach Papa Daze about air fryers. He was cooking earlier. He was cooking. Hey, do you know what, though? My dad might be able to rustle up some amazing stuff in an air fryer. Do you know what I mean? I might be about to enjoy Michelin-starred meals. Who knows? I might even treat him to one of those books. You know, great meals you can make with an air fryer. He'd appreciate that, actually. I might buy him that. As a retirement gift. Is there... I'm going to look, actually. Is there a really good air fryer cookbook? Air fryer cookbook. What's the best one? There's a Gino DeCampo one. There's quite a few, actually. The curry guy? You can do curries in an air fryer. Well, curry guy, 50 simple curry favourites in an air fryer. I think you probably can do more with an air fryer than even I know. Yeah. A fuss-free curry feast with this book. There we go. Jesus. Didn't even know. Kelani, 1, 2. No joy. Daze, the legend of the NXT stream has arrived to tell more about ARW Pro Promotions. Well, you know me. I'm an ARW Pro stan. I don't know that I can be taught anything I don't already know. Kelani on her feet, jumps over, rolling up Zaria. 1, 2. No joy. No joy. Kelani getting back up, kick coming in. Zaria, big clothesline. As Kelani goes down. Zaria grabbing Kelani, picks her up on the shoulders, lands on her feet. She's trying to drop her down. No, Kelani in a bit of trouble. She is on the back at the moment, getting driven over. Oh, I didn't like it. Oh, my God. She kind of flipped her over, but Kelani's head was really close. I did not love that. I did not love that move at all. To the outside. Boom. Big kick. She had her on her back and she kind of cannonballed over, but how can you guarantee that your opponent's head is not going to crash into the mat? Oh, hello. Zaria goes to the outside. Solruka grabs her. Drop kick there by Kelani. Solruka goes into Zaria. Right now, Kelani grabbing Zaria, chucking her back in the ring. That girl that Ashante kissed, she has stayed in the crowd the whole show. Oh my God. These absolute goofs. How? 1, 2, 3. Zaria accidentally speared Solruka. How many times can you get in each other's way? Do you know what? These two need to come down in a clown car next time because they're a bunch of clowns. It's like flipping Chuckle Vision. Comedy hour. So Zaria spears into Solruka. And that allows Kelani to get the win. That match was okay, honestly. Nothing crazy, nothing that special. I don't know that people were on the edge of their seats. But it was fine. That does mean now that there's another match added. Solruka is going to be taking on Kelani this Sunday. Days since Cora Jade and Dakota were injury prone and Zoey is now injured, do you think WWE could cut Zoey? I don't think that they will, to be honest. I think that it's not a very good look for her to get injured and them to cut her. I think they're going to support her through this recovery. And then when it's time for her to come back, it's going to be, where does she fit into the picture? And honestly, I don't know. She might miss next year's cuts, to be honest with you. I don't think they'll cut her while she's out injured, but yeah, I mean, it's not an unfair question. People being injury prone was a reason for them being released. And Zoey has now picked up a couple of injuries, so I think they'll support her, get her back, see how she looks, take it from there. I don't think they're thinking of cutting her or anything at this stage, you know. A new wave pack, so Motor City, Stephanie, new content and lots of exciting new things coming to the game. Very exciting. I'm excited. Right. Alex said, listen to Kali Uchis. Kali Uchis. If you like R&B, just put out a new album. Kali. How'd you spell that? Oh. Well, she's cute. She is... I'm on her Wikipedia. Well, we've got some awards won, haven't we? She's won a Grammy in 2020. I've never heard of her. Best dance recording, 10%. Don't know this person. When I stopped working in retail 2018, early 2018. So there's a lot of new artists now that, this is all after I've left. So I'm really not very good with the current stuff. Yeah, it looks like she started winning awards like 2021. Okay. Oh, she looks lovely, doesn't she? She looks a little bit like the Riz. She looks a little bit like if the Riz had a child with Indy Hartwell. That's the... If Indy Hartwell, Lola Vice and the Riz all rubbed their vaginas together and created a baby, I think that's how it works. I think this child would appear. That's, I'm just judging it off that picture there. So love that for them. Love that for them. Right, we are at commercial break. Daze, if you love soul and R&B, try Maxwell. Yes, that is one I want to listen to. Isn't there one of something like... Oh, God. I can see the front cover now. It's like a really famous album. It's got a picture of records on a floor, and then there's something at the bottom. It's like Maxwell's room or something. Yes, that is on my list. If you look at top R&B albums of all time, that is one that tends to get mentioned. James said, Kelani's hairstyle got me thinking of Tina Turner. Yes. They called it number 11. Number 11. Let's go. Have we got the Joe Hendry concert? It's happening now. Stop what you're doing. It's happening now. This there is no way this can't be better than what we had earlier. So at the very least, it's got to be better than what we got from Trick. I mean, they're ending with it, which is kind of wild, isn't it? But I would imagine they're probably ending with it because Trick will come out and they'll confront, Ricky Ethan next week, yes. David believes in Joe Hendry. Aubrey believes in Joe Hendry. Porky Pig says Average Joe. Tune, banger. Here's Joe. Right. Oh, God, we only got 6 minutes. We've got 6 minutes. There's plenty of believers. Okay. It's time for another Joe Hendry concert. Hendry's going to cook Trick, says David. Average Joe is not my cup of tea, said Dr. Lucha Lala. What, Joe Hendry or the track? Because to be honest, Average Joe wasn't my cup of tea either earlier. Why have we got 2 guitars? Such a weird way to end NXT. They must have something planned. Trick must be interfering. Here we go. Okay, is there a... Hendry crushes the disconcert song, said K-Dub. I've got some footage of when you was a sidekick to Carmelo. Yeah, this is that kind of... Okay. We believe in the Wyatt Six coming back. Where's the catchy sing-along part? This is better than the diss track. I mean, I don't know that that's hard, to be honest. I think Baby Shark's better than the diss track we had earlier. That's the singy bit. Okay, here's Trick. Here's Trick Williams. No one lives in the past, said Trick. So, this is so weird. We've got Mellows. I'm not saying the word being chanted. We got Average Joe being chanted. Big boot there by Trick. Why would you turn this crap? I just don't get it. I just don't get it. I just don't understand. He's looking to plant Trick Williams. He's got him up. He's hit him with a guitar. Trick Williams is planted. Would you rather see Mr. Hendry in NXT or AEW? I mean, I'm not a fan, but I know there are fans, so I don't mind. This feud just does not work for me at all, not even remotely. No, I'm looking forward to the match because it's two big stars. Joe Hendry is really popular, Trick's popular, but they're both faces, and you're kind of making people choose. I mean, Trick Williams was so over. People would like go crazy for him when his music hits. And now you've got people chanting mellows. And I'm not saying the word. I don't understand why. I'd love someone to explain that logic. The only thing I can think is in creative, they said, let's get one of the hottest wrestlers right now in Joe Hendry, and let's put him up against one of the hottest wrestlers. And could you imagine how hot that would be? Like, you know, if we put them both together, like these two hot stars, and it's like, I suppose I get that logic, but like, you are forcing people to choose, and it is kind of going to diminish Trick's aura because now you're making some of that NXT crowd kind of go with Joe Hendry, you know, because Joe Hendry is really popular as well. So it's become quite muddy now for Trick. And like, I don't know, when Joe was coming out, there was a few people that were like swaying away, but there was people that weren't because there's Trick fans, you know. And there were signs that were supporting Trick as well. So the crowd split, which I think they had to know was going to happen. But that concert was not very good, in my opinion. There wasn't really any lines in there that I was like, oh my God, he killed him. I would agree, though. It was still better than what Trick delivered earlier. That was also not very good at all. So, yeah, that went about as good as I was expecting. Lola versus Kelani. No. Zaria versus Kelani. Do you know, for me personally, and this is just me personally, right? So I am not speaking for anyone but me. It is pretty crazy comparing how hot the start was. Like, how amazing that opening match was. How, like, mind-blowing and like, oh my God, this is so good. Compare that to how we've ended. It is crazy comparison for me. Yeah, crazy. We reviewed the rap earlier. Let's get the concert scores. Right, let's get the scoring for the concert thing at the end. And then, there we go. That was this week's NXT. Mitchell said, isn't what's happening in wrestling at some point, stars have got to face off and they've got to sink or swim? What do you mean? The faces don't have to face, do they? You don't have to do face versus face. Normally with wrestling, traditionally, you'd build up a baby face, you'd build up a heel. So, you would do that. There is really no need to have to do two hot faces going up against each other. Unless it's in some science, some sort of, they can't avoid each other. I think part of the problem is that these two did not need to cross paths. Like, they could have worked together. They could have joined forces to have brought down Dark State, Or we could have... or they could have faced each other, but it could have been in some tournament where it's kind of all around respect. Instead, they're kind of going off on each other. It's very strange. It's very strange because they're both faces. So having them go off on each other and not showing respect is, I don't know, it's weird. It's just weird booking. I find it very strange creative. Sean said Joe has been over on 2 different wrestling shows. Do you remember how big Joe's pop was at WrestleMania? But people say that he is not over. Oh, I don't know who's saying he's not over, because he's clearly over. He's clearly over. He's got a massive pop in the Rumble. He was in at WrestleMania and he got a great reaction at WrestleMania. So I think if anyone's saying he's not over, they're not being honest there. He's definitely over. I've got a plot twist. Maybe Dark State are going to help Trick win. That is just a thought, said Nathan. Maybe. We did think that he may have been connected with him, but then they laid him out. And there's been no kind of word or rumor of like a secret leader or anything. So, I mean, you can't say that's not a direction they'll go, but I can't equally say there's anything indicating that we're going to go that way either. They tried to heel Cena and face Cody, and that was an epic fail. Yeah, but I think there's other circumstances for that in regards of it's John Cena who's a massive star and finally turning heel, which people have wanted to see in his final year where he's about to retire, trying to win a record-breaking set. I mean, stop me when I'm telling lies. Trying to get people to boo him was always going to be a challenge. Do you know what I mean? So we can say that it was heel Cena against face Cody, but those were crazy circumstances. Crazy circumstances to try and get that match. I mean, I just don't see how Cody was ever meant to win in that situation. John Cena, one of the biggest stars, one of the most popular stars of all time, trying to win his final WrestleMania match, trying to win 17 in the year that he's retiring. I mean, Jesus. It doesn't take no Einstein in booking to know that that is just not going to spell good news for Cody Rhodes, is it? So, you know, that is just... That's just hard. That's just really, really hard. I don't think you can hold that up as an example that faces versus heels doesn't work, because that's kind of what the industry is built on. You know, the history of pro wrestling is you build up a babyface, you build up a heel, and you put them up against each other. And, you know, what you've got there is an example of it not being done very well. Daze, you're the true leader of Dark States. The mean streets of Telford have got you, Savage. It's all going to come out on Sunday, James. Big Time said, I can't lie. I thought it was overall goods. Probably 6.75. Lots of good and bad, but never dull moments with NXT. I admire Sean for always trying different things, even if stuff doesn't land. Well, this cannot be a disastrous show because that opening match was just too good. That opening match alone is doing a lot of lifting. And, yeah, I mean, the matches we had after that, Sean against Briggs, good 91. OTM against Chase U, good 96. Fallon against Lola, good 97. Zaria against Kelani, good 94. It's all meddling stuff, isn't it, really? There's not really much there that seems to have got your pulses racing. But we have to remember it's a go home. It's a go home. So just be grateful that we got a match as great as that opening match, which genuinely is one of the best NXT TV matches I've seen all year. Nick said, I think if there is a secret leader of Dark State, it could be Booker T. I think that would be a great story to get people interested. Yeah, that is interesting. That could be fun and actually would kind of do the rounds, wouldn't it? Carmen says, the ARW Pro show that I might go to this Friday is the first ARW Pro show at American Legion Post 100 Lake Station, Indiana. Well, have fun, bud. Have fun. David said, Flair said 4 title reigns that were never accounted for. That is true. Carmen gives tonight 8 out of 10. What are we looking forward to Dynamite tomorrow? Missing it. Aubrey said, not sure if there's any proof as to why we would give Cody any sort of title reign. Well, I think he is a top merch seller. I think he is, you know, legitimately a big name for them when it comes to Google searches and video views and segment views. And I think there's a lot of metrics that show that Cody is one of their top stars, the quarterback, if you will. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how you bounce back from this, because I don't know if people feel sorry for Cody. the problem that WWE have got with the Cody situation is that we all wanted him to finish his story, and then you needed to have really good stories to follow up with, and they did not. And so his creative was flat. You had the guy have a match against Solo Sikoa at SummerSlam in a match that we knew he wouldn't lose. You had him defend against like Logan Paul. He had great matches with AJ. You made him do a tag match with Roman. I mean, it was not good enough. It wasn't compelling enough. It wasn't entertaining enough. It wasn't dramatic enough. Funnily, a lot of the stuff that we criticised WWE for in 2025, bizarre, innit? How, that's the exact same criticisms of Cody's title reign. And then, of course, he gets to WrestleMania where he loses to John Cena in his final year, who's just turned heel, who's trying to win 17. You've got to say there was probably more people that were rooting for John than rooting for Cody. But Cody still had his fans. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know that there's too many people sat there right now going, Cody was screwed. Cody was robbed. I really want Cody to get his belt back. I hope he wins that belt back because what John did to him was a disgrace. And honestly, that is how people should be feeling. That's how WWE would like you to be feeling. If they could make you feel any way about that situation, they would want you feeling that way of that Cody was screwed. He was robbed. It's a disgrace what happens. I really hope he gets his revenge. I just don't sense that people necessarily are feeling that way. I don't sense that people are feeling that. So I think you've got a little bit of a problem there. I think Cody's going to have to come back and he's going to have to be badass and you're going to have to book him really well. And he's going to have to, do you know what I mean? Have a bit of more grit, have a bit more attitude, be a bit more exciting. Instead of coming out and being, what do you want to talk about? Do you know what I mean? Have a bit more fire and see where that gets us. And then maybe people will be like, I'm down for seeing what a Cody title run would look like with this Cody. Some people have gone a little further and gone, we need to turn him heel. I don't know that we need to go that far. But I do think there needs to be some evolution in that character a little. Just give him a bit more grit, a bit fierier, So, yeah, there is a little bit of a problem with Cody, I would say. In that, we need to see what the reactions are like when he gets back. It's funny because he wasn't being booed out the buildings or anything on the road to WrestleMania. It was only when we got to WrestleMania that the smart crowds kind of came in. Other than that, I think the people out in the sticks, the masses, the casuals, I think he still had support there. But it's going to be very, very interesting when he comes back. See kind of what reaction he gets. If the fan's going to be right behind him. I still think there's a chance he's the one that gets the belt off Cena, That's what I'm trying to say in a good way to put it. I'm not trying to make any Cody fans feel bad, but I do think the run was underwhelming. And you just can't compare it to the Roman years. I think they're very different, honestly. I think they're very different. I think their creative is completely different. I really don't subscribe to the whole Roman is better than Cody or Cody is better than Roman stuff. I just see them both as being very different. And they had very different creatives. Roman massively benefited by having a reduced schedule. So that meant that we could miss him. And that if he was on the show, it was like, Roman's back this week. And Cody didn't have that advantage. And not only that, Roman had a whole bloodline that would talk about doing things for him, like Roman's back on Friday. Roman's back on Friday. We got to make sure we get this win. We need to show him that we can hold things down when he's not around. You had a whole group of people trying to impress Roman. Cody didn't have that. That was another thing Cody did not benefit from. You had Paul Heyman with Roman, like worshipping him all the time. Like acknowledge him. Yes, my tribal chief. We'll get that done, my tribal chief. Like all of this stuff elevates Roman. Cody had none of that support. So I think to compare is like really hard because I think Cody was at such a disadvantage compared to Roman that if anyone's going to get in big arguments over who's better, I'd say, well, you can't do that until they're both treated the same and given the same sort of creative. Because, Roman had a lot of extra creative compared to what they did for Cody. Cody had flipping breadcrumbs that he had to try and work with. So what I would say is Roman and Bloodline clearly had a better run than Cody, but I don't think it's as simple as saying that's because Roman's better. That's where I would disagree. And I would say, no, it's because he had so much more creative support. He had so much more around him with the Bloodline and with Heyman. Cody was just out there on his own. And he had to try and make that work. And, the stories they were putting him in and everything, just nowhere near good enough. Very, very frustrating. Because you could see it coming a mile off. A mile. There were people, and they were not wrong, saying, you're all going to regret it when Cody finishes his story because what comes next is not going to be as good. And that was so obvious that was the concern. Like, they're not geniuses for saying this. They're just saying the concerns that people had. But the hope was that WWE would be aware of that as well and they would have some plans. And then they flipping didn't. And we ended up where we ended up. So I think the whole conversation around Cody, Cena, and all of that stuff, where we're going, and it's a very interesting one. Because I don't know in 2025, where we are right now, kind of what the general consensus is, what the appetite is, what people are kind of looking for, Maybe some people are like, do you know what, scrap both of them, let's go for Punk. Let's try Punk, let's have a Punk title reign. Some people might be like, let's get the belt on Seth and see what this new group can do and make that group bigger. Some people might be like, let's go back to Cody. Some people might be like, let's give it back to Roman. I think there's going to be quite a lot of different opinion on it, honestly. I don't know that there is a general consensus at the moment. I sort of feel like people might be a bit split. Very interesting. With that logic, why wasn't Solo a success when he had Jacob praising him? And when Solo was a tribal chief, Solo got the Roman creative and it flopped. Stop with excuses. There's no excuses. I mean, Solo does not have... Roman is got a fantastic look. He is someone that they tried to get over for years as a babyface. He's got a good size to him. He is someone that has done a lot of learning, a lot of growing. He made his main roster debut in 2012, and we did the Bloodline story in 2020. So that means he's had at least 7 years on the main roster, working in front of crowds, being involved in stories, kind of, exploring his character. So I'm not saying that Roman is bad. I think you've got confused there. What I'm saying is that Roman did not have Cody did not have the same creative as Roman. And that's undeniable. I've just explained and gone through all the stuff Roman had that Cody did not. So if you're going to say, why did Solo flop? I can answer that question for you. Solo is not as charismatic. He is not as compelling as Roman Reigns. Simple. But that still does not explain or make any difference to Cody. I mean, Cody did not benefit from that. The other thing I would say as well is that it's not like for like, because what was the support that Solo had? Tama Tonga Loa, right? You can't tell me that they're as great as having the Usos. You can't tell me that that is as great as having Sammy around. So, Roman benefited from having the Usos and Sammy, who is very captivating and charismatic. And that then led to Usi moments. It led to honorary Us moments. It led to a lot of stuff like that. imagine when we were going backstage with Roman and we were digging into how Jay felt about Sammy and how Jimmy felt about different people. And, we were really exploring the relationships. We didn't do any of that work with Solo. Do you know how Tonga Loa feels about Solo's Kirk? Because I don't. I don't even know if I've ever heard him speak. The amount of work that we did with that bloodline, the new bloodline, with slightly different personnel, was much less work than what we had done with the original bloodline. Solo did not get Sammy. He did not get the Usos. He did not get like for like. He got a T-move version of the bloodline. But I will still agree, not that I've ever disagreed, is Solo Sikoa as captivating? Is he as experienced? Is he as well-rounded as Roman Reigns? No, I've never said he is. Never said he is. So, but it would be wrong to say that he got the exact same bloodline as Roman had. He didn't. He had a different, updated bloodline that was not as compelling, not as good. We didn't dig into it as much. And honestly, you were not comparing apples with apples. And, again, not even the conversation we were having. The conversation we was having was about Cody Rhodes, and he didn't get any of that. And that's undeniable. You can't deny that. He didn't get that level of support. The point that I'm making is that I'm not interested in saying Roman's way better than Cody because this was blah, blah, blah. I'm saying that they did not give Cody the same level of support that they gave Roman, and his title reign was flat because the creative was not good enough. That's the point. That's the point. It was not good enough. And the downside of that now is that I think you have soured people a little bit on Cody. I think that Cody being champion again, people are like, well, I've seen that and it wasn't very good. So I don't really have an appetite to see it again. And I can understand it. And it's a real shame. And WWE have only got themselves to blame. And I wish creative was flipping better than it was at times. But that's their problem, isn't it? That's something they need to sort. Taker said, I think that Punk should dethrone Cena. Then Cody and Punk could have a match at Mania 42. Ashton said Roman had some years with the Shield and experience in a faction before. I do think that plays a part, honestly, because Solo got brought up and, ran with the bloodline for a couple of years. But to be honest, he was always a guy in the background. He needed that time of being out on his own to kind of explore being on his own and kind of finding his own feet. And I think he's still relatively green and was just not ready for that position. And that was evident, wasn't it? I mean, it did not work. He was out-auraed by Jacob. Solo never out-auraed Roman, but Jacob out-auraed Solo. And I think Solo just, I don't know, I think he really struggled to find his place. I think he really struggled to kind of adapt to that kind of leader of a bloodline role. It just wasn't a natural fit for him. Him being in a suit is not a natural move for someone that was presented as a street fighter. He was barefoot. He was the street fighter, the street champion. And then all of a sudden we're trying to put him in a suit and we're trying to make him like this leader of this bloodline. And it was not a very smooth transition, was it? So there was many, many problems with that. It did not work. And, I think they made the right choice in burying it. The plan was, apparently, it was going to be Roman Solo at WrestleMania. So apparently that was going to be the plan, but they pulled the trigger early. And they ended up doing that match on the Netflix premiere because I just think people knew that there was just no interest in seeing that on the WrestleMania stage. Flipping Solo couldn't even get on the WrestleMania card, could he? Couldn't even get on the WrestleMania cards. We've said before, the drop-off with where Solo was, being Roman's kind of heavy, being his enforcer, to kind of where he's been recently. That drop-off needs to be studied because it is just monumental. As someone who sees AEW, I think ARW Pro has been on a roll, said Tony K. I agree. Brony said, I used to like Cody during 2022 to 2023, but the more I've seen from him, it was just the same thing every time. His promos don't resonate with me. The whole finish the story stuff carried him. Well, I think that's a fair comment, honestly. I think that's fair. If you've listened to the promos, they don't grab you. I think that's fair. I think you're right in the sense that there was a lot for him to get his teeth into with finishing the story. I think there was a lot there of like, I'm doing it for me, I'm doing it for my family, I'm doing it for my dad. And that added weight to his promos and, you know, kind of, there was a mission. And so following up from that was very, very difficult. That was always going to be very challenging to follow up with. How do you follow it? And honestly, I don't think they ever found the answer. I think that is really disappointing. If you was to sit Triple H down and say to him, so Cody for years tried to finish the story, and then he did, and you said to him backstage, you know, it's our responsibility now to set the plays, and we're going to do that for you, yeah? Because there was some backstage footage, WrestleMania 40, when Cody goes through the curtain and goes into the gorilla position. Triple H goes up to him and is like, brilliant job. Listen, you've got the ball now, but we're going to set the plays and we're going to make sure that this is right, yeah? He's basically saying to him, like, this is it, we're going to go. Like, we've got you, yeah? So the conversation would be, what was your plan? What was your follow-up story? How was you going to follow up finishing the story? Because all we saw was like AJ Styles going on next. And then we did a couple of AJ Styles matches. And as we said, I mean, just still faffing around with the bloodline a bit. Like, there was no big... There was nothing, was there? I mean, there was nothing. It was like, we're going to do this little match with Logan. We're going to do the AJ stuff. He's going to team up with Roman. We'll have The Rock come out and do a hand gesture that no one understood. And still to this day, we don't understand. You know, and then, wasn't it at Survivor Series? I can't even remember what he did at Survivor Series. What did he do at Survivor Series? I don't even remember what he did. But, because he wasn't on that team, was he, with Roman and Punk? And he wasn't on the other side. Was he not at Survivor Series? What the hell did Cody Rhodes do at Survivor Series? Cody Rhodes. I'm going to look. Cody Rhodes, Survivor Series, War Games, 2024. He wasn't there. Well, there we go. I mean, if that doesn't improve the point, I don't know what will. Oh, what should we do with Cody at Survivor Series? We won't have him there. Outside of 3 weeks of Solo turning on Jimmy and Tama and Jacob debut at Madison Square Garden, it was basically copy and paste of OG Bloodline. Yeah, but it just wasn't even that. It wasn't even that. I mean, honestly, I think at least with OG Bloodline, you had Jay being off with Sammy, and you had Sammy's charisma, and, you know, my dog, and do you know what I mean? Like, we were going backstage into the locker room, and, you know, he was having a word with Jimmy, like, what's up with Jay? And there was little looks, and, you know, there was catchphrases, and they're operating without Solo. You know, you've got them going off to Raw to, you know, try and take people down and on Roman's behalf. And God, you compare that to what Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa were doing, and it's just I'm only saying that because it's staggering that we just didn't. It's just how did we not book it better? I don't have excuses. I'm not looking for excuses. I I don't know. I mean, maybe we didn't want them to be too compelling because we didn't want them to be faces. But then saying that, like, Jay and Jimmy and Sammy, they weren't meant to be faces. They were heels. But we're still booking them really compelling. Perhaps Tonga Loa's injury gets in the way, or I don't know. I don't know. I don't need to make up excuses for Triple H. He can do it. He can explain himself. That was my biggest issue. I was a Roman fan, but Cody's reign resulted in nothing. It was just a bunch of random opponents that, no offense, you would say probably aren't WrestleMania main eventers. You'll get no arguments here. But I suppose the big thing I always push back with is that how much do you blame Cody for that? Because for me, if we'd have put him in like really interesting story that had like loads of twists and turns and was really compelling, and he just didn't deliver in it, then I'm willing to listen that Cody's not very good at this, and he's limited and all that stuff. But I just never saw that. I just saw it constantly, us fumbling around, dropping the ball with him, and I just feel sorry for him, honestly, because I just think he deserves his opportunity. They gave him the ball, they finished the story, and then had nothing to follow it up with, and it's very frustrating. So I know that wrestling fans are going to sort of, to a degree, hold that against him, and I understand for the reasons we've explained, but I'm totally down for giving him another run and just keeping fingers crossed they've got something better for him next time, So I'll be very interested when he comes back. I don't even know how we got on that subject, No idea. But you know what it's like when we get on these topics, we get stuck in. We rip things apart and we debate. Even before Survivor Series, Team OG, Team Bloodline 2, no one had any doubt that OG Bloodline would do a clean sweep. That solo group just didn't have much credibility. Yeah, the booking of them was rubbish, weren't it? A good wrestler doesn't make excuses. They just maximize opportunities. Well, that's true. So you put him in a match with AJ Styles, 5 stars. You put him in a rematch with weapons, kills it. I don't know that it was 5 stars, but it was like 4.5 stars or whatever. You put him in a match with Gunther, really fun. You put him in a feud with Kevin Owens. I think it's a match of the year, Kevin Owens Cody from the Rumble so far this year. So I mean, I have no issue pointing to great Cody matches from his title run, because there's 3. Really good matches. And as I said, it probably won't win match of the year because I think Sammy Kevin is ahead of it. And maybe the women from WrestleMania. I quite like the guys main event at night 1 as well. But I think let's not forget how great that match at SummerSlam. Yes, I think you can definitely say that should have been better. But to be honest with you, that's just overshadowed by Roman's return. Roman comes back on that show, doesn't he? And that's really Roman's return moment. So, but yeah, you can maybe point to, well, he could have done a bit better there, could have done a bit better there. But I mean, I can do that with Roman. I can find matches in Roman's title reign that could have done a bit better with. So I don't know. I can find enough good stuff in there to say I don't know what more he could have done, really. They gave him like nothing feuds and he managed to deliver great matches out of them. Cody's great in the ring, but the feuds were just promos for 3 weeks and then they would face it at PLE. It was very generic and boring. Yep. Agreed, Brony. Cody playing good soldier, just like Carrion is doing, said Take 1990. That is an excellent comment, because that is how I feel about it. You've probably just summed up how I feel about Cody's title run a hell of a lot quicker than I can get to the answer. And that is, I think that he's done as he's told. He's been a good soldier. He's tried to do it to the best of his ability. Some of it's worked, some of it hasn't. But he's been given scraps that he's tried to do to the best of his ability. And repeatedly, for me, it comes down to the fact that they were just nothing burgers. It was nothing feuds with a few weeks builds, which Cody is getting the blame for. When for me, the finger points squarely at creative for not giving him better stories, better things to get his teeth into. He was doing as he was told. He was being a good soldier, just like Carrion. I don't know how we got onto that subject, but we did, and I think we've definitely ticked that box. So let's have a look at how people thought the concert went. Well, you said it was good. So you've given it 15 all-time, 21 great, 47 good, 15 bad. So that got good 85, which honestly I don't think is unfair. I think it was definitely better than Trick's. So Trick's rap was bad 47, and Joe Hendry's concert was good 85. It is, yeah, fine. It is what it is. We move on. And honestly, I think we were worried about him anyway. I was worried about him anyway. I was kind of hoping we'd get him out the way. It's a shame we ended on what we ended on. I'm glad they're in the rearview mirror. Get the match out of the way. I'll be glad when that's in the rearview mirror. This isn't a feud that makes much sense to me, but let's get it done. Done on Sunday. I'm into the match. I'm not down on the match in the sense of I get they're two hot talents. I get that the crowd will likely be split. And I get that it's just, let's just go for it and see what happens. So, fine. But, yeah, I don't think this is one that's done much for Trick at all, honestly. I don't think this has done any. If anything, I think this has hurt him. I think you've actually made that relationship with the audience weaker, and I really don't understand why you would do that. So I don't get it. I don't understand, but it is what it is. So there we go. We'll see what we get after the weekend. So, right, thanks for watching. I'm going to run away and do Unseen. I'm going to do review videos. I'm going to do Evolve tomorrow. So we've got all that coming up. And of course, we've got a busy weekend as well. So thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate it as always. I will see you again next time. Bye for now.